Late start. We're now going to reconvene public session for the Wednesday, August 18, 2021 City Council. Any reportable action, City Attorney?
The City Council considered the matter listed on the closed session agenda, as well as one additional potential litigation matter which was added, and there's no reportable actions.
And we will now go to the Pledge of Allegiance, led by me. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Aaron Diaz, Pastor. Remain standing.
If you would all join me in a prayer, I'd just like to open this meeting. Dear God, I want to thank you for the men and women that work so hard to keep Norco a wonderful place to live and to work, God. I ask for your favor over them as they make decisions, as they're working through things that seem impossible to move, God. We ask, Lord, that you would bless and prosper the businesses and the homes of Norco. Father, I thank you for everything that you do for us, that we're here today, and I just ask for your blessing over this time as decisions are being made, as people are sharing, and God, that you would be in this place. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. So tonight, it is a distinct pleasure. I don't know if you know this, but on council right now are three Norco High graduates, Robin, myself, and Ted. And we have the opportunity that we are not only Horsetown USA, but we are Youth Sports USA. And a lot of people probably know this, but we have probably one of the best softball programs that there is. We're a football town, but we're also a Norco girls softball town. So tonight, we're going to take this opportunity and honor the Norco High girls softball team. So I'm going to call up Rick, Dave, and Beth.
Well, they're all working. They're all teaching lessons. Okay.
So this team is a perennial powerhouse, and this year they were league champs. They're number 2 in the state and number 1 in the county. But the reason for me that this is such a pleasure is I got to see one game this year. Normally I get to see, I don't know, maybe a third or half of the season. The one game I came to, they didn't win. I felt really bad. I thought I hexed them. But they did something that was so amazing. They actually sang the national anthem to themselves before they started. Chokes me up. So, they're just champs. And so we're going to honor each one of them and give them a little certificate from the city of Norco. Do you want to say something? You want to do it now or when they're standing here?
I'll do it when they're standing.
They'll do it when they're standing. All right, so when we call your name, come on up here. And you know what? We're not going to have a rule that we applaud at the end. We can applaud when they come in, each and every one of them, okay? All right. The first one, Delaney Weldon, number 17. Why don't you get right back over there? So now what was on yours? Sorry, I got to make sure I say these things. Delaney was all-league and all-league academic player for her league. They not only play well, they're like really smart. Maya Perez, number 24. She was all-league academic, and extra innings softball All-American Inland Empire Softball Player of the Year and Cal Sports Sophomore of the Year. Whoa! Next one is Rachel Cook. She was all-league academic player. Congratulations, champion. Kaylee Cook, number 27, champion. Dave Angine, but he's not here. He's one of the coaches. Neva Poulin, number 21, all-league academic player.
She graduated. She's already in Hawaii at the University of Hawaii Pacific.
She plays at University of Hawaii Pacific. Got a full ride?
Yep.
Full ride. They all get full rides. Noel Fernandez, number 15, champion. Brianna Motto, number 12, all-league academic player. Rick, what are you doing to these players?
We didn't win the last game.
He just said they didn't win the last game. All right. Kendallin? Kendallin Macias, number 18, champion. Alyssa Hovermail. Now, wait a minute. Is this related to Rick Hovermail? I played ball with Rick Hovermail. Oh, my God. Alyssa Hovermail, number 9, all-league player. Congratulations. All-league. All world. I pitched to him many times. Emily Wheat, number 7, all-league academic player. Champion. Katie Terrazas, number 22, all-league academic player. Maddie Aguilera, number 11, all-league champion. She's not here. Abigail Dayton, number 5, not here, but she was made all-league. Riley Potter, number 10, champion. Ziane Romero, number 2, all-league player. Madison Severance, number 1, all-league player. There's a double aught. So she's a 00. Stevie Hansen, 00, all-league academic, extra innings softball All-American, and CIF Player of the Year. Where is she right now? Huh?
She's on vacation, but she'll be going to the University of Oregon.
Jeez, University of full ride?
Yep.
Yeah. That is her sister, Kinsey?
No.
No? All right. All right. Beth Wyndham, coach. And finally, last but not least, somebody I've known for many, many years. I've actually watched him subdue himself as he coaches. I mean, I remember the old days 10 years ago. 10 years ago I started watching you.
Probably.
He was much different. And now he's like calm. I think Beth keeps him down. But I want to introduce Rick Robinson, the coach of this team. But let's give a big round of applause to this team. Here you go. Say a few words.
It was a great group to coach. I mean, it was one of those strange years with COVID and everything else. You didn't get your regular start. We really didn't even know the players. We didn't even get them in to see them live until February. So it took a little time, and they really came together. We didn't win the ultimate game, but they were 27-2. They were ranked number 1 most of the year. They undefeated in the Big 8 League, which is usually one of the toughest leagues in the state, if not the country. But it's a really good group. We only had 2 seniors last year, so we expect big things from them. And it is the first time we missed the final since 2016, so it'll give us some extra drive to get back there this coming year in 22. And for me finishing my 23rd year at Norco, being one of those Corona kids, you were kind of like can't cross the line, but I feel this is more home than Corona is now. So I like to thank everyone in Norco and the council and everyone else.
So can council stand behind them? Let's get a photograph. Maybe we're going to try to get a photograph, maybe squeeze in a little bit.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Hey, that one's mine.
Are you guys
It's
ready?
okay.
Give away yours.
Give it up for them. Thank you. Thank you guys for coming out. We really appreciate it. You bet. All right, I'll see you guys later. Take care. All right. Okay, so I forgot, lost my... All right, we are now going to call upon the Department of Toxic Substances Control Project Manager, Willard Garrett. He's going to give us a sort of an update on the Wiley Lab cleanup. Welcome, sir. Welcome to Norco.
Nice to be here. Okay, good evening, everyone, City Council audience. My name is Willie Garrett. I work at the Department of Toxic Substance Control. DTSC is a state environmental regulatory agency. We're responsible for protecting the people of the state and protecting the environment from harmful effects of hazardous substance, and also restoring contaminated resources. I'd like to start off by thanking Norco City Council for inviting DTSC to participate in the council meeting and to provide an update on the Wiley laboratory site. Before I begin with the presentation, I'd like to introduce staff who also work on the project. And I'll start with our geologist, Paul Pongetti. Efren is our toxicologist. Tim Chavo is our public participation specialist person. Steve Herreri in the back is our senior engineer. And my boss, Patrick Heiss.
Welcome, all of you. Thanks for coming out.
Okay, so I guess I can advance the slides myself. or
Absolutely.
someone else? Okay.
If you have a thumb, you can do it.
Okay, we did the introductions. Waive started its operations in 1957 along the western portion of the property, and then expanding eastward on the property. And I'll show, I have another slide presentation that shows the actual property. The site consists of a total of 429 acres and is located at 1841 Hillside Avenue. The 429 acres is split into the upper and lower basin, the upper basin being 212 acres, the lower basin being 217 acres. And the facility primarily operated for defense, aerospace, and consumer product testing. Okay, the laser. Okay, I'll just continue. This map shows the area destinations, and I'm going to focus on the lower basin because this is the area where we're actually involved in treating the soil, gas, and groundwater. And the lower basin is just the left portion of the slide where you see the designations A, D, C, B, I, M, E, etc. And then the upper basin is the area where you see the query, F5, K, J. So most of the impact that we're working on now is again along the lower basin. And in terms of areas, in particular Area M, you may not be able to see the legend just to your right, but Area M was a former motor pool, and Area E was used as a hydrogen technology center. Area F was used as dynamics and environmental qualifications. Area H was used for fluid systems, and then the northwest area, which is, if you could see, just above, just to the left of Area G is what we consider the northwest area. Okay, these photographs shows Area A and Area B as well as Area F. And again, these are the areas that within the lower basin that we'll focus on in terms of cleanup, environmental investigations and cleanup. Little history about the site. Chemical uses at the site included explosive rocket, solid rocket motor fuel, cryogenics, petroleum hydrocarbons, hypergalactic fuels, and chlorinated solvents. Subsurface investigations started in 1994, and which included sampling of soil, gas, and groundwater. Waive initiated shutting down the facility operations in 2000. And then in 2003, DTSC, we issued a consent order to both Waive Laboratories as well as Aero Electronics. Hazardous substance identified that triggered the consent order was benzene trichloroethylene, perchloroethylene, cis-1,2 dichloroethylene, trans 1,2 dichloroethylene, vinyl chloride, polychlorinated biphenyls, hydrazine, perchlorates, and nitrosodimethylamine, and lead. In 2002, Wiley sold the property to CRVSC, Norco Partners, and exited the site in 2004. The remedial investigation feasibility study was completed in 2008. And the remedial investigation is, again, is the process of collecting soil gas, groundwater samples, sending the samples to a laboratory, getting the analytical results, and reporting that information. The feasibility study is where you analyze an appropriate remedy to remediate the contamination. And interim remediation was initiated in 2008. And that interim remediation is a process of aggressively addressing and treating the contamination before it could cause harm to both off-site receptors as well as properties where it's being used and people are on the property. The site was fenced. In fact, we issued a fence and post order to Wiley. And currently the property is owned by Inland Village LLC. This slide shows the upper basin. And as I mentioned before, our focus now is on the lower basin. For the upper basin, we've pretty much determined that the upper basin is suitable for unrestricted land use, meaning that all of the investigative work and remediation, in fact, soil, most of the contaminated soil, well, I'll say not most, but all of the contaminated soil that we believe were at concentrations that pose as a risk was removed in this area. And that contaminated soil consists of PCBs, lead, perchlorate, and again, those constituents inside of the soil was removed and properly disposed of off-site. And the residual contamination in the soil and soil gas match our criteria for proper cleanup. And in 2009, again, we made that determination that the upper basin is suitable for unrestricted use. In 2014, we issued a land use covenant. We signed a land use covenant with Inland Village that restricted 32 acres of land in the lower basin. And those are small portions of properties that make up that 32 acre in the lower basin. There's still a lot of work that still needs to get done in the lower basin, but Arrow was able to meet our criteria for us allowing them to record a land use covenant on the 32 acre property. And the primary chemicals of concern in this 32 acre property was included, well, for soil gas and groundwater was tetrachloroethylene, cis-1,2 dichloroethylene, 1,1 dichloroethylene, 1,1 trichloroethane, carbon tetrachloride, and nitrosodimethylamine. The LUC, we call it an LUC, but it's a land use covenant basically restrict the property to residential. Well, you cannot have residents on the property. So this line here where it says prohibited properties use includes residential, hospital, school, daycare center, no groundwater extraction other than monitoring and active remediation. And it also requires Arrow to provide a soil and groundwater management plan if on the 32 acres they plan to use that particular portion of land. And then also, it also put restrictions on any kind of enclosed structure. Arrow would have to provide a vapor mitigation system. This concludes my discussion, and I'll turn it over to our engineering geologist, Paul.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. All right, good evening. I'm Paul Pongetti, DTSC geologist and part of the Wiley Lab project team for the last 5 years. I'll go through the geologic setting of the site and the various remedies operating at the site. So this slide is a simplified illustration of the conceptual site model. The slide illustrates the alluvium, generally a sandy soil, which is the primary pathway for groundwater and contaminant migration. Underlying the alluvium is a fractured bedrock zone. I'm not sure, does this have a pointer feature on it? Is that at the top? I don't want to shut it off. Oh, right here, okay. Okay, so this is the alluvium here in the fractured bedrock zone. So the fractured bedrock zone is where there's limited groundwater and contaminant migration. And finally, the underlying resistant granitic bedrock zone. So the groundwater flow is primarily controlled by the topography of the site and the structure of the bedrock. Groundwater contaminants flow from higher elevation areas to lower elevation areas of the site. So the groundwater cleanup is focused on 3 drainage basins bordered by the granitic bedrock. And the granitic bedrock is kind of the tan-colored area of the figure. See these areas here. The previous investigations identified groundwater contaminants also outside the northwest corner of the site boundary. And that's shown in this area. So the general groundwater flow direction on the site is to the south-southwest, as you can see here. And this is the topographic saddle area of the site near the area E plume, and the groundwater flow in this area is actually to the north and to the south with the elevation change. The northwest area, this is approximately 350 feet wide in this area. And this is the main pathway for contaminants to flow off of the site. And the groundwater flow in the northwest area is generally to the north-northwest along Golden West Lane, and then to the west along 3rd Street, and then to the south-southwest along Buckboard Lane, as illustrated by this arrow. And there's actually an operating hydraulic containment system at the site that was installed to control the off-site groundwater flow near the northwestern site boundary. And that's, oh, sorry. And that's shown here in this area. Okay, so now we'll get into further details regarding the remedies implemented at the lower portion of the site. And as I mentioned before, there are 3 drainage basins impacted by site contaminants. And you can see the three plumes illustrated on this slide. Over in this area, and then this area extending off-site. And the remedies summarized in this slide are documented in the 2013 Remedial Action Plan. And the following slides will provide additional details regarding the 5 remedial technologies operating at the site. And this is just, again, a summary of the hydraulic containment system operating in the northwest area, the in situ thermal desorption system operating in the MW33 area, which we'll get into later, the phytoremediation operating in area E plume, and the in situ chemical oxidation operating in the area F and H source zone, which is up over in this area. And then finally, the area F and H distal portion of the plume, which is kind of this half of the plume. Okay, so the hydraulic containment system that I touched on previously was the first groundwater remedy installed at the site. And the HCS controls the groundwater flow direction and captures contaminants near the northwest site boundary. And you'll hear about soil vapor impacts later in the presentation. And the hydraulic containment system is capturing the source of these contaminants, which volatilize from the groundwater. So here's a few details about the hydraulic containment system. It was constructed in 2008 as an interim measure, expanded to Golden West Lane in 2011. 2 more extraction wells were added as part of a 5-year review in 2017. And this was defined as a final measure, final cleanup measure, one of 5 different final cleanup measures for the site in the remedial action plan. And it's consisting of 15 extraction wells and performance monitoring well network. And the extracted groundwater is treated on site using granular activated carbon and a resin to treat for perchlorate, an ion exchange resin. And this treated groundwater is discharged to the ground surface on the site near a stream channel. And again, this is additional detail regarding the full layout of the hydraulic containment system. Again, these are the majority of the extraction wells over here. There's a couple operating over in this area as well. And the treatment compound is here on the site. So these next 2 slides illustrate the progress made by the hydraulic containment system since it was installed in 2008. This slide actually illustrates the groundwater capture at the site boundary. And these are equipotential lines measuring the groundwater elevations. As you can see, it was kind of uncontrolled here in 2008. And in 2020, this is an updated figure showing the hydraulic control here at the site boundary. So the off-site contaminant concentrations are generally decreasing in the wells down gradient of the hydraulic containment system. The site boundary is outlined in green here. And this slide summarizes hydraulic containment system performance to date. We had almost 67 million gallons of groundwater treated, over 2,000 pounds of VOCs removed. It's operating almost 100% of the time with a zone of capture extending approximately 700 feet off site. And it's dewatering between 8 and 60 feet, depending on the distance you measure from the extraction wells. And the system's operating as it's intended and making progress towards the cleanup objectives. So we'll actually touch on this in a future slide, but we've actually supplemented the hydraulic containment system with an additional off-site remediation measure, which is the zero valent iron permeable reactive barrier, And this was recommended a number of years ago as part of a 5-year review to expedite the achievement of off-site cleanup objectives. So now I'll hand it over to Stephen Hariri, our project engineer, to discuss the other on-site remedies.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Paul. Good evening, council members. I'm a senior engineer with DTSC, and I will present the status of the on-site sources for the Wiley site. The area MW33 plume is a source area of volatile organic compounds, or VOC contamination. The remedy for the area, thank you. The remedy for the area was in situ thermal desorption that ran for approximately 6 months in 2016 after meeting DTSC shutdown criteria. In situ thermal desorption involves heating of soil with electrical heating wells that volatilize the contamination with the resultant vapors extracted from the subsurface for treatment. Currently, post-remediation annual monitoring of soil gas and groundwater is ongoing. Area E is another VOC source area. The remedy for the Area E is phytoremediation implemented in 2016 and is ongoing. Phytoremediation involves the use of trees that biologically reduce the concentration of the contaminants. Periodic tree health inspection and groundwater monitoring is ongoing. Area FH is another source area of VOC contamination. Currently, the contamination is treated by in situ chemical oxidation, or ISCO for short. ISCO involves the injection of an oxidant periodically into the soil and groundwater using trenches and injection points to oxidize the contaminants into its constituent components. Performance groundwater monitoring is conducted semi-annually for metals, VOCs, and general chemistry. Additionally, soil gas probes were added for monitoring earlier this year. This slice presents the progress for the ISCO to date. This is the left figure shows the 2013 contaminant plume, and the right figure represents the 2020 contaminant plume. As can be seen, the contaminant plume is shrinking in the areal extent over time. The FH distal or dissolved groundwater plume extends to the south of the FH source area. The remedy for this area is monitored natural attenuation, or M&A, that relies on natural processes to decrease or attenuate concentrations of contaminants. The results show that M&A is occurring, contaminant concentrations are decreasing, and only one well exceeds VOC risk-based target concentrations as monitored annually. If the elevated results continue for this well, M&A can be augmented by lactate injection, which is an organic additive used to speed up degradation. This concludes my portion of the presentation. I thank the council members for your time. I will direct your attention back to Paul. Thank you.
Man, you guys are like a tag team. You got to slap, you know.
We're giving credit to everybody.
You certainly are.
One thing, we do have handouts, so if anybody's interested, I can have Tim hand out the, and very well. Thank you.
Thank you. He's back.
Okay, hello again. Yeah, I got to go twice. So now we'll discuss the off-site impacts and cleanup efforts. So we touched on this earlier. The zero-valent iron permeable reactive barrier was included as a contingency in the 2013 remedial action plan. And in 2016, as part of the 5-year review for the hydraulic containment system, the PRB, or permeable reactive barrier, was recommended to expedite achievement of the cleanup objectives for off-site groundwater. TCE concentrations and down gradient wells are anticipated to decrease over time as the barrier treats the groundwater that passes through it. And this figure shows the location of the permeable reactive barrier. It's shown in red here. in relation to the off-site groundwater plume, and it's 525 feet long and 90 feet deep. So as the natural groundwater migration occurs through the barrier, it destroys the TCE as it moves through. And they've also injected emulsified vegetable oil slightly up gradient of the barrier to treat some nitrate in groundwater that interferes with the ZVI destruction of the TCE. So the TCE concentrations are expected to decrease, over a period of time. And it's actually 90 feet deep. The next slide will actually get into a little more details. This is a close-up view of the construction of the PRB. It was installed using a linear series of injection points. You can see there's 35 zero-valent iron injection points shown here, and additional injection points are shown in blue. These were used for resistivity measurements to actually verify that the barrier was installed. They used a directional fluid injection method that forced the iron out into the formation in kind of this linear arrangement. So the injections were completed in 2019, and currently groundwater is monitored and reported to the Regional Water Quality Control Board quarterly, and also to DTSC as part of the semi-annual monitoring. So far the monitoring indicates a reduction of TCE concentrations in the immediate vicinity of the PRB, and we're expecting that to improve things in a wider area over time. So in 2021, an additional item of interest here is the installation of 5 additional deep monitoring wells in the off-site area to better evaluate TCE impacts to deeper groundwater. And over the years, the water levels have declined due to the drought we're experiencing in California, as well as the groundwater extraction that's taking place at the Northwest area. And it's caused some of the shallow groundwater monitoring wells to go dry. And additionally, we saw an increasing concentration trend at one of the monitoring wells. Most of the off-site monitoring wells have shown a decreasing trend, but this one was kind of an exception to that. So in 2019, this well was installed to further understand what's going on, and it shows elevated concentrations of TCE as well. So that's prompted an additional investigative effort to place these additional 5 wells that were, I believe, put in earlier in the summer to delineate the deeper impacts to groundwater. So that data will be reported out to us here in the next few months. So now we'll move on to Ephraim's portion of the presentation. He'll discuss evaluation and mitigation of vapor intrusion.
Thank you. Hello, Ephraim.
Oh,
Make sure you're talking to the microphone.
that is a good idea, and I should take this off as well and make sure I know how to use this. There we go. Great. So I'm Ephraim Neworth. I'm a toxicologist, and I transitioned onto this project maybe around 2013. And I was asked to tell you about what's going on with the vapor mitigation from the off-site groundwater plume. As Paul showed, the groundwater plume moves off-site and cuts across this neighborhood. And so there's always this potential when you have a volatile compound in groundwater for vapors to come off the groundwater, and then those vapors can move up through the soil and into homes. And when they're in homes, they can be a high enough concentration that we can be concerned about them. So these investigations of homes began in 2004 with a single home that's really right next to the site boundary. And that home had a vapor intrusion issue. And after that, the investigation of vapor intrusion expanded in 2005, and then 2006 and 2007, where indoor air was sampled in a large number of homes along 3rd Street, as well as the elementary school, intermediate school, and high school. And the groundwater plume doesn't really go under the, or doesn't go under the elementary and intermediate school, but it does go under the high school. But there was an indoor air investigation at that time, and they didn't find any issues in the high school. But there are issues in some of the homes. Again, in 2012, something else happened, is that US EPA, who reviews the toxicity of chemicals, decided that the chemical of concern that we have here in groundwater, our site, which is called trichloroethylene, has more toxic than was previously established, and it lowered the level that we thought was acceptable by a few fold. It wasn't a large difference, but it was enough that we had to go back into homes which had previously been tested and resampled again, which was what was done in 2012 and 2013 period. And at that time, it was just a decision that instead of just continually investigating indoor air in homes, Aero Electronics decided that they were going to just offer vapor mitigation to all the homes over the impacted, highly impacted areas of the groundwater plume. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that coming up. First, I'm just showing you, these are most of the homes where we attempted to sample indoor air. The ones in yellow were homes, and it's not every address, and it extends a little bit further also on Buckboard. There's some additional homes, but the homes in yellow are ones where people allowed us to sample in indoor air, and I believe the ones in pink were ones where people just didn't want the testing inside their homes. And again, to put it in perspective on where we're talking about, let's see, where's my button there? There's Golden West, and this is where the groundwater moves off the site, and it kind of comes up to 3rd and cuts across and then starts turning towards the high school in this direction, around where Hillside and Buckboard are located. So this is a really complicated figure, so I'll talk you through what's most important. So 41 homes were offered mitigation. These are called SSDSs, sub-slab depressurization systems. I'll show you a little bit more what they are, but if anyone from the east, from other parts of the country where they have radon issues, you know, there's tens of thousands of homes around the country who have these things. It's basically putting a little fan to suck air out from underneath the base of the foundation of a home, and it creates a negative pressure under the slab of a house so that vapor won't come up into the house, right? And then that vapor is expelled into the air above the house where it quickly dissipates. It's really inside the house where we're concerned about. And so again, 41 residences were offered these vapor mitigation systems, and these were based upon a number of factors. One was, did we detect anything in indoor air in these homes? The level that we were most concerned about was a level of 2 micrograms per meter cubed. So any home that had a detection at any time in the different rounds of sampling that we did were offered a vapor mitigation system. If it was like above 1.5 micrograms per meter cubed. It's a very small amount of chemical in air, by the way. It's very, very tiny. You know, years ago we wouldn't be able to measure it. Other issues, other information we looked at was where the soil vapor is located. These different lines here, this is data from different years, but this figure is taken from a document from 2013, which was outlining figuring out which homes need to be mitigated for vapor intrusion. And the pink line is our soil vapor contours. That's where soil gas of trichloroethylene was above our risk-based concentration. That's the 0.9 microgram per liter level. And then we also have groundwater data, which was also used to inform the decision. This light blue line is over here in the 100 microgram per liter trichloroethylene in groundwater, dissolved in groundwater. And again, when I'm talking here about concentration in groundwater, these are at the groundwater that's the most shallow. So it doesn't matter what's deep, because the vapor that can come off only comes off from the surface. So Paul earlier was talking about adding new wells, but that was to evaluate the chemical going further down into groundwater. So that's a bit different. Again, the concentrations have changed now since 2013, and they have diminished in some areas. And something else to point out on this figure are the homes where we had detections of chemicals in the over 1.5 micrograms per meter cubed. And those are the ones that are shown in these figures in orange and purple. This is a blow up of the area right near the edge of Golden West. You can see there are some homes on the right side of Golden West, and then there was a cluster near the corner of 3rd and Hillside Avenue. And the other homes which we had tested, some are shown in green, they were below, a lot of them were non-detect or very low levels. And so, but they were still close enough to the groundwater and the vapor that they were still offered the vapor intrusion mitigation systems. One change was in 2019, we added one more home to this offer. It was a home at the edge of Buckboard Lane where a new well was installed, so our understanding of where the groundwater plume is changed a little bit, and so that home was incorporated into the offer. And if any new information were to come along, other homes could also be added if something like that else were to occur again. And let's see. These are showing all the homes where vapor mitigation has been offered. Some of them have accepted the offer. I think those are the ones in blue, and then some homeowners haven't wanted to have the vapor mitigation system. So they either haven't responded, or they've just refused it outright. And this offer is sent annually by Arrow's consultants to the homeowners every year. And I guess if also the home is sold, new residences are again offered the sub-slab depressurization system. And those SSD systems are monitored on an annual basis. This is what that would look like inside of a house, what an SSD system is. There's, let's see here, I got to bring up, that wasn't supposed to happen. Oh, there we go. All right. So here you could see there's a little pipe coming out of the ground and going up. This is inside a closet. And here you could see it coming up into the attic, and there's a fan attached to it. This is a fan over the pipe coming out from the lower level inside the house, and it goes up to the roof. And this is a schematic. And again, what you have is you have a little hole that's dug underneath the foundation, preferably in a closet out of the way, and the pipe is run up through the ceiling, through the attic, into the roof. There's a fan constantly running, and it pulls the vapor out. And you may have more than one if the foundation is larger and you need more to create that pressure, negative pressure underneath the foundation. So on an annual basis, as the Aero Electronics as consultants, they will check on the operation of the SSD system in every home and find out if there are any changes to the home which may make it inoperable or not operating properly, and do any repairs as needed. Some homes have small holes that have been put into the slab if there was an out-of-the-way places which wouldn't be damaging, to tile or something. They would be added, and then you can measure the pressure differential at those locations, and so that's also measured on an annual basis. And so that's the current outline of the annual O&M testing of it. I don't think I have anything else. So that would be Patrick?
It's the boss.
Yep.
Right.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
I promise I'm the last of the rotating cast of presenters, just for the presentation portion, at least. So what I'd like to talk about is just some of the upcoming activities that are going to happen at the site. And what you'll notice about these activities is that, the implementation of the remedies at the lower basin, which is what we're concerned with, has already been complete. And so really the focus is on really making sure that these remedies are effective, that they are working as they are designed. And so a lot of these reports that Arrow submits to us periodically is to verify that conditions at the site are demonstrating that the remedy is effective. And so that's what this remedial performance monitoring report is. And also, when we approve a remedy for implementation, oftentimes the science changes. And so, the cleanup goals will change or the technologies change. And so every 5 years after the implementation, there is a review where we would look at what was implemented, what the cleanup goals were, and just to make sure that it is that they are effective remedies. And so the first 5-year review report for Area E, the final remediation, is also due. And then, of course, the subslab depressurization system, the SSDSs. So anything that's an engineering remedy, we also just need to make sure that they are being maintained. And so that's what O&M is. It's operation and maintenance. It's to make sure that these systems that have been installed, it's not just one and done, that they are working in the future. And that goes the same for all the other remedies. So it's not just the SSDSs. The other remedies also need operation and maintenance, and so that will continue. And again, to make sure that the SSDSs are protective of the residents, Arrow will also submit a work plan to collect indoor air samples to make sure that the SSDS systems are effective. So that's the short term. Long term is actually pretty much the same. We are going to basically, for the next year to 3 years that we can foresee, we are still going to continue all of these activities to make sure that the remedies are maintained and effective. And just the little thing that's different is that we also have 5-year reviews coming up for some of the other remedies that have been implemented, such as the area, MW33 area, and the HCS remedy. So in conclusion, what we can say is that the TCE, trichloroethene, in groundwater is the source of the TCE in soil gas. And so the treatment of TCE is in groundwater is what we're interested in, and it's being done via multiple technologies. All the different technologies that you saw before, they are all proven technologies that we use on other remediation sites. The source of the contamination is being controlled, and so I think this speaks a lot to what Paul had presented about the hydraulic containment system. The idea is to pull back this contamination so that it's not moving off site. So we're pulling it back onto the Wiley site where it's being treated. The other thing that is important to know is that the subslab depressurization system is being installed in multiple homes, as Ephraim talked about. And it is a precautionary measure. For some, there may not be an issue, but just as a precautionary measure, it's being offered and implemented. And there is also some other remedies that you also saw that are there to treat and contain the contamination. And like I just said earlier, the groundwater and soil gas monitoring, that is going to continue in the future. And the remediation is going to continue too, because some of these remedies are going to take time in order to be fully effective. So I think with that, I'd like to thank you all for your time and for listening to our presentation. And we welcome any questions.
All right, bringing it back to council. Who'd like to start?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Just briefly, thank you and thank your staff. You closed with the comment about this is just going to take time. What would be your educated guess as how much longer? Notwithstanding new technologies, new remediations.
Yeah, I might have to defer to Stephen Herrera, who's an engineer actually, who's got a lot of experience.
2013 remedial action specified timeframes for all the different treatment areas. To 30 years for the offsite groundwater flow.
Okay.
So it's just really a matter of what the technology is. Those were estimates. You can. Yeah, I'm not sure if everybody heard that, but I know the 2013 remedial action plan for the site describes the timeframes for all the different cleanup technologies in different areas of the site, and they range from 2 to 30 years.
Okay.
I know the offsite plume, I believe, had a time frame of 30 years. So, I think we review the progress, as he said, semi-annually and do a 5-year review every 5 years. I mean, those were estimates, so those
Okay.
things are subject to change. But that was the estimate in the remedial action plan that was approved by the Department of Toxics and noticed to the public.
And just one last question, that this site is still considered a Superfund site?
I don't think it's ever been.
Or ever was?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't speak to that.
Yeah, so
Let him answer, okay?
it's a corrective action site, so
Okay.
it would be a different regulation. Superfund to us means it's a federal site, and it's
And this
is a
is because
state-
Wiley and
Yeah,
they
it's
were
a-
paying for the cleanup
Yeah,
costs.
so Wiley
Okay.
Wiley and Arrow are paying, and it's not the federal government that's
Got it.
paying this.
Okay, thank you.
Catherine?
Thank you. Where can residents go if they have more questions after your presentation?
Sorry, I missed one slide. So Willard Garrett is our project manager. He is typically the point of contact. And so his email address is up there. It's willard.garrett@dtsc.ca.gov. If Willard doesn't know the answer, we have
You will find it.
a large team that will be able to answer it.
Okay, that's helpful.
Oh. And did everyone get a copy of this handout? So at the bottom, there is also EnviroStore, which is our electronic database. It stores all the documents that we have on the site. Those are a bit technical, so that's why we still have people up here, to help kind of navigate through some of these documents.
Okay. And then if there are residents who live in the offsite plume area of 3rd, Hillside, Buckskin, if they have not accepted the remediation for their slab, who could they get into contact if maybe they were throwing away the mail because they thought it was junk mail or it was a scam or something? Who would they reach out to? Would it also be Willard?
Yeah, so Willard can definitely help with that. And as Efren said, they are sent annually, so I guess they can wait for the next year for a new mailer as well.
Thank you. And then so Wiley and Arrow Electronics they volunteered to clean the site. Do they have a contractor who's cleaning the site?
Yeah, that's correct. They do. Yeah, it's called Ramble. It's a consultant.
Okay. And then when you talked about the areas, the upper plume that was cleaned and even some of the lower plume, there were reports from employees at Wiley before that there were a lot of buried chemicals, buried munitions. How deep did that removal of the soil go and the exploration? How deep is it going? Are you sure you got everything? Are you looking everywhere?
Yeah, so the excavation happened kind of before my time, so I'm going to ask if anyone else who is here can be able to answer that.
Okay.
So where it says 30 feet.
Okay, and then I have one more question because
Can you come to the microphone,
yeah,
please?
the people online watching can't hear you.
Yeah, my understanding, I've only worked on the project for a shorter period of time, but my understanding is that the county actually was overseeing cleanup, prior to DTSC, and I know there had been a series of removal actions, soil removal actions on the site that occurred, in the past.
Okay. Okay, and my last question. What mitigations have been done or are being done or monitoring done at the high school?
So I think at this point, based on the data, it doesn't show that there is a threat. And so I think at this point, the data doesn't suggest that any sort of mitigation is necessary. But there is remediation for the site as a whole.
Okay.
I can address some of part of the question about investigation, because back in around 2006 there was lots of samples taken in indoor air and in soil gas on the school, and after it was decided that there wasn't any issues, some sentinel monitoring points are put at the north edge of the buildings of the school, and they're monitored on a quarterly basis or a semi-annually basis. I'm not sure at the moment, but they've been monitored on every at least 2 to 4 times a year since that point, and those vapor levels haven't changed dramatically in any way, just very small fluctuations. So that's how we're determining that the school still is not at risk. And again, now we're taking more aggressive action against the groundwater plume close to the school with that zero-valent iron, so that should have a more quicker effect on the concentrations in groundwater that are just north of the school.
Okay, thank you. And I lied, I have one more question. You talked a lot about TCE being one of the big chemicals. How dangerous are these chemicals?
I guess that's me again. So it's a toxic chemical that we're always have been concerned about from long-term chronic exposure. That's kind of historically how it's been. We've treated it for most of the time. For instance, if you're exposed to incredibly high levels over a short period of time, you could have a problem. But in more recent years, we've become concerned about pregnant women and their fetuses. So that has in part driven a lot of our concern about really wanting to make sure that exposure is really being controlled well. And that's helped inform the decision to add mitigations and across all of these homes. Again, there's a lot of uncertainty over these things. They're based upon maybe just one study in animals. And so we don't really know that well whether it's really causing any problems, but it's a decision that's been made that it's worrying that, so we're concerned about it, so we take this action that we want to control it at very low levels.
Thank you.
Robin?
Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. I guess my request would be that as there's more visible work being done, that maybe DTSC is more proactive in reaching out to the city and informing the city and residents of the progress being made on the mitigations at the site. I asked about it because I work at Norco High School. I've worked at Norco High School for over 20 years, and there were more wells installed. And so the one actually is in an area that is on the high school. One of the deep wells is in the area that I work in. So just keeping us informed would certainly be appreciated. You're dealing with a community where people stay here and live here for long periods of time, and the impacts of that, you know, like you just said, we don't know. It's not like it's a community where people are in and out. People are here for long periods of time, and if we don't know what the impacts of these chemicals are, when you have somebody that went to that school and has worked there 20 plus years, what are the implications for students and staff and community members living adjacent to these plumes that we're researching? And so providing that information, providing regular updates on this is certainly appreciated, and I would hope that we get them a little bit more regularly as we're moving forward, and hopefully, you know, getting to the end of some of this, although hearing 30 years is a little disheartening for me this evening. So,
Ted?
Yeah, and again, thank you to all the presenters for coming up with it, doing this thing and putting it together for us. I do have something, and I didn't realize what you guys were doing on the end of the Golden West. We just approved a flood control project on Golden West, on Golden West, that I would hope you'd work with our Public Works Director on that to see if that's going to cause any problem with your project and what you're doing over there. So Chad, if you can, and reach out to them when you do that. And then the other thing is, yes, I do go into EnviroStore, and I have a question for you, and if you can answer it, fine. The DTSC rates each one of these projects into a certain level for a percentile score, and this one says it's 56 to 60 for Wiley Lab, and I'm trying to understand what it means, because I know you bring in the number of people there, the contaminants are there, and there's a whole lot of elements. And if you don't know the answer, that's fine. But when I compare it and I look at what we all know is Stringfellow acid pits up there in Harupa, and I look at their score at 96 to 100%, I'm imagining that's the worst case scenario that you would have for contamination. So this one is rated 56 to 60%. Could you explain that, if anybody your team knows what that is?
Yeah.
Are you talking about the Client ViroScreen percentile score?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, hi. My name's Tim Chauvel. I'm public outreach for the department. Yeah, it's Cal EnviroScreen. So it's a state website across the state that looks at each region and each location. And it's a culmination of, I don't have the list with me, but it's to do with density of population, housing density, amount of traffic, trucking, the number of sites, chemically contaminated sites in that region. So it's we don't actually manage that. That's another whole agency that does that. So, but it's a good site to go and look at, because you can actually see where you live, and then you can see all the contaminated sites around your location. And there's a lot of them. There's hundreds of thousands, actually.
Unfortunately, you're right. There are a lot of them. There's thousands on that list.
And
it's not a nice thing to look at when you're trying to figure that out.
So actually, that score is actually a good thing, because it shows that even though the site is has high contamination, but overall your location has a lower impact score than, say, downtown Los Angeles or somewhere else. So you actually live in a nice location. But unfortunately, yes, there's many, many thousands of contaminated sites throughout the state.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's enough.
What does NA mean on that, if you have an NA?
The information's not available.
Got it. All right. I just have a couple of questions. The buildings on the site, are they gone? The ones that were sort of trashed out, have they been removed?
Yeah, so my understanding is that basically almost all of the buildings are gone. I think there is a guard shack remaining, and
So all the offices are all gone, and have they removed the concrete, or?
the concrete pads still remain.
And then the big concrete testing things are all still there, I'm assuming.
Is this?
Yeah.
I think it's all.
They're pretty cool. How did you mitigate the football field, baseball fields, and the FFA area? How did you make sure those play? Because one of the things that we've talked about for years, which the evidence doesn't support it, is that there's a cancer cluster around there. And we've always wondered about the football field, baseball fields, and FFA, which were directly in the plume. How did they test those to make sure that they were clean? Did they test those?
Slightly more knowledge, but this might be something we have to follow up on. So first, what is the FFA area? I don't know the acronym.
Dude, you better get a cowboy hat, and you better understand FFA is Future Farmers of America.
I apologize. I
Or
feel
you
I'm
didn't do
ashamed.
FFA when you were a kid? This is the guru of it.
I don't want to tell you where I grew up. Yes, you may string me up outside. So it's like, I'm a city boy. Let's just say that.
That's too bad. That's all right. You act like a city boy, but that's all right. That's fine.
Yeah. So, I mean, I know you have the sports fields right next to the school, and we have there are monitoring wells and vapor testing wells there, and there's groundwater and soil gas that's impacted under the sports fields. But that's not an issue for people playing sports on them, because once the vapor comes out of the ground, it disappears very, very quickly because the air mixes. If you're inside a building, though, the air mixes much, much, much slower. And so the concentrations can build up enough that you may get over those levels that, we start triggering our interest. These, 2 micrograms per meter cubed or something, that sort of thing. So it's not, certainly there's still contamination in the groundwater on the high school property, and vapor does come off of it. But what we're concerned about for exposure is the vapor getting into buildings where people can actually breathe it in.
So they've tested I'm assuming they've tested the stadium, the entrance and the weight rooms and all that stuff?
I'm afraid we're going to have to follow with you on that, because we
yeah.
don't. Somebody will have to take notes.
If you could follow up on that, I'd really appreciate it.
And if you could, maybe give us an idea of where you are.
It's all the buildings that are adjacent to the south of the football field. There's all kinds of buildings. There's the science buildings. The FFA has several buildings. Right. All those things.
I mean, I remember the science building, because I know the science building was tested quite a bit, actually. So I know that they did indoor air sampling inside the science building multiple times and took vapor samples under it and around it. And they determined that there wasn't an issue of vapor coming up out of the ground and into the science building.
Well, maybe to the south, the weight rooms, the restroom, that. Okay, and then.
I think definitely get an email so you can follow up on that.
I was actually there when the first meetings took place, and the owner of Wiley was still there, and they told us that it would be so clean they could eat off the ground. So I'm not certain how soon we got into that. Then the other thing is the residential. So there's no residential allowed anywhere on the site, or just on the lower.
No, the LUC that was recorded for the 32 acres, there's absolutely no, no resident can be on the property.
Okay. All right, just checking. And that's the upper and lower basin? The upper one is clean? By the way, it's not zoned for that, but every once in a while we get somebody who wants to do that. And I'm just kind of wondering, I mean, it's hospitality, hotels, and then industrial.
I don't believe the upper basin meets residential criteria, but I'd have to double check that.
What about a hotel?
Hotel? No,
Okay.
I don't think so.
Good. All right, great.
I'm mistaken.
That's really all the questions I have, unless council has something else. All right. Hey, thank you guys for coming. We'll have you back. If you could follow up on some of those buildings, we can direct you to them. We really appreciate it. Quite a tag team.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. We will now be moving on to City Council reports on regional boards. By the way, if you are here to speak, if you want to speak under public comments, which is something not related to the current agenda, you would do that under item 4, sorry. See, there's too many cooks around here tonight. Item 4, if you want to speak under something else, make sure you put that item number, and you'll need to submit a card over here. Anyway, we will move to council communications.
Good evening. Moving forward, August 5th, attended the special board of directors meeting for the Chino Basin Desalter Authority. Thank you.
I don't know how I can top that. On August 12th, I attended the Western Riverside County Regional Wastewater Authority meeting where I serve as the chair, and our longtime legal counsel retired, so we selected a new legal counsel, Lagerlof. Thank you.
Nothing to report.
I do. I just want to real briefly read, especially for our former WCE customers, if you were part of the net energy metering customers that had solar systems and you produced power, it was used for customers. In some instances, the customer produced more energy than you needed. What they're doing is they're trying to figure out how to get you paid back and things like that. We're still working on it. So if you're affected by that, the WC is still trying to figure that out as they go through your bankruptcy process. Real quick on the Hamner Avenue, the bridge and widening project, tomorrow night it will be closed from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. So if you got to go down Hamner Avenue, I would suggest you take the I-15 if you got to go northbound on there. And that concludes it.
The only thing I'm going to touch on is the Riverside Corona Conservation District. We talked to the RCA, the Western Riverside County Conservation Authority, about possibly purchasing the acreage along Arlington, the, 70-some acres, but it's out of the plan, so they can't do it. However, the Riverside Corona Conservation District is interested in maybe partnering and buying that property. They're going to their board, and if their board feels it's something they want to do, they will be calling Norco to see if Norco wants to maybe partner in the purchase of that property. What is it, 70 acres?
No, it's 77.
77 acres. So anyway, that's that would be a great buffer between us and Riverside. So anyway, that's in the works, and that's all I have. Moving on to the consent calendar. Does anybody wish to pull something at this time? Greg? Go ahead, Catherine.
2E.
2E. Anybody else?
Move to approve the rest.
Second. Roll call vote.
Please vote. Motion passes.
Catherine, 2E.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to just touch on, I know we've heard from residents and I've heard from different council members bring this up. Where does funding and activating and having an active CERT come in regards to this?
Unfortunately, our fire chief is not here tonight, but here's what he told me is that the CERT program, they can develop it to whatever level the city council wants to do that. It's certainly not part of the contract, the emergency management department services that are before you for approval tonight. So the challenge he stated to me of course, with the CERT program is finding people, volunteers to commit to that program at the level that will be required if that's what the city council wants to do.
Okay, would that fall under the EOC or would that fall under CAL FIRE?
It'll be under CAL FIRE supports our EOC, so it's both. It's not linked directly to the EOC.
Okay. Then with that, I'll make a motion to approve the 4-year agreement for emergency services, coordinator services with the County of Riverside.
Second. Maybe what we can do is we can agendize it and talk about it. That's what we did before.
Please vote.
Moving on to 4 public comments. Housekeeping, I have to read this statement. This is the time when persons wishing to address the presiding governmental body regarding matters not on the agenda may be heard. Please submit a speaker card to the meeting clerk. That's Dana sitting right over there. Please limit comments to 3 minutes or less. The Ralph M. Brown Act limits the governmental body's ability to respond to comments on non-agendized matters at the time such comments are made. The governmental body shall not discuss or act relative to any general public comment. These are comments that you wish to make that pertaining to something that is not on the agenda. So do we have any public comment cards?
Yes, the first speaker is Sigrid Williams.
Hi Sigrid, how are you?
I am doing well, thank you.
Nice to see
Good
you.
to be back in the States. So good evening, Mayor Bash and fellow council members. As I said earlier, it's good to be back in the States, having been gone since May with a 2-week layover back to switch clothes off and off again. It's nice to be home. It's also time to catch up on 2 things I am passionate about, and that is the city of Norco and Norco College. In the past, here in Chambers, and even just recently, I have heard comments regarding Norco College and how they are not an asset to the city, nor do they contribute to the economy of the city. Comments like, why should they advertise on city signs when they have their own marquee, or the college provides no revenue to the city? On the contrary. I understand President Green gave a presentation in July about the college and our student successes that was well received, but I wanted to add some more substance that could dispel any myth about how integral and supportive the college is to our community that many don't know. This morning, the following information was shared by Dr. Mark Hartley, Dean of Student Affairs. 56% of community college students nationwide say they face housing insecurities. Norco College has housed 22 homeless students over the past year at Wood Springs Suite Hotel, complete with kitchenettes, workstations, desks, and free Wi-Fi so they can complete their college studies. 39% say they suffer from food insecurities. Norco College provided more than 1,000 grab-and-go bags to students suffering from food insecurities during the pandemic and continue to provide needed food and personal hygiene products to our students. The associate students of Norco College have donated more than $40,000 to help other students in need. Norco College strives to help these students stay in school. We are keeping them off the streets and away from a life of panhandling and potential crime. Our students want to make a better life for themselves and their families, and we help them by keeping them fed and housed as they earn their degrees, many of whom are Norco residents. So the next time someone doubts what Norco College does for the city, share with them the information I have shared with you, or send them my way. There is a plethora of services and assistance that Norco College provides, many don't know about, and not openly shared. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Betsy Roberts.
Hi, Betsy. Long time no see.
I think the last time I was here, it was a discussion about what the folks wanted to do with Wiley Labs like 3 to 4 years ago, having it as a destination site. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Betsy Roberts. I've lived here since 1983. Daughters grew up here. We were very active in the community. I was also a part of a very small group of people, there were less than 10 of us back in 2003, that identified potential issues with Wiley Labs while it was still in business. Some of what DTSC presented tonight, I actually have better information, and I know I only have 3 minutes, but I would really be happy to educate you all on that. I was also secretary for the Community Advisory Group. Part of the problem was there was no single overseeing body until DTSC took over. And for them to say it may take up to 30 years to clean it up is probably correct. Because during the time that Wiley was in business, which was more than 30 years, there was testimony by employees that things were dumped on the ground. There's the hydrazine, TCE, perchlorate, supposedly depleted uranium, the batteries, etc. The whole comment about a cancer cluster, the only way we really got the attention of DTSC and others was because the citizens collectively worked on getting input from the community on illnesses they either had, relatives had. I work in healthcare, so to have a family right across the street with 2 children with aplastic anemia, that's a very rare condition. So that being said, the idea of even having limited use, destination, resort, whatever, is really appalling to me. The whole idea of the testing at the high school, they've remodeled the high school since they did the indoor testing. Saw the wells being put in like this spring. We asked what's happening. They just go, oh, no big deal. So I would also agree that if they could provide updates to the community on a more regular basis, update the Enviro store, because when I went in there, I didn't see a report since 2011. I've kind of stepped away from this due to other things in my life, but as you can tell, I'm pretty passionate about it. And it did qualify as a Superfund site, but at the time there was no funding for it. So that's why it's the corrective action site. And so it's still an unknown quantity, and since we've had so much drought, we haven't had the runoff, even though now there's, some increased TCE on the new monitoring wells. I would just be very skeptical. So thank you very much. I hope they come back. And if anybody wants to get more information from me, I'd be happy to provide it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
There are no further public comments for this item.
Okay. Closing public comments, moving on to discussion action items. Order of presentation for discussion items, staff report presentation, 2 council questions of staff, 3 public comment, 4 council discussion and action. We'll start with 5A, 6th Street Gateway sign policies and procedures. Roger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I know you have a long evening ahead of you, so I'll make this relatively brief. Per your instructions, the policies and procedures for the 6th Street Gateway sign were reevaluated by the Economic Development Advisory Council. Council requested clarification on 2 major items. First, regarding religious messages, EDAC sought language that would create reasonable guidelines, encourage inclusiveness, and not infringe on constitutionally protected speech. It's a difficult balancing act. The result is to prohibit religious messages except for holiday greetings and information regarding community events. An additional statement indicating the city maintains an inclusive policy related to all nonprofits, including faith-based organizations for community events, was also inserted into the guidelines. Second, clarification on congratulatory announcements was also considered. In the past, as you know, there have been requests for recognition of milestone birthdays and anniversaries. This language, the language that the EDAC agreed upon, allows messages of congratulations, but only for cases that rise to statewide, national, or international acclaim, the kinds of events that bring honor to the city of Norco. Finally, I want to make a verbal amendment to both the staff report and the policy and procedures document. EDAC also voted at the same meeting to include Norco College as an eligible advertiser on par with the Corona and Norco Unified School District, providing, of course, that there is reciprocity on their side. With that, I'm happy to entertain any questions. The city attorney, thankfully, was also at the EDAC meeting when all of this was deliberated, so.
Speak for yourself.
All right,
so
Ted?
We're well equipped.
Roger, I'm going to be real quick on this. And here you refer to, on your staff report, stating that on religious messages that there hasn't been that many, and that the last, and that's, yeah, it's page 61 of your staff on there, that in over the 5-year history, no legal challenges to specific messages have occurred, and you note there the religious messages. But if I was to tell you since 2016, there's been a message up there that says prayer changes things. Has anybody objected to that?
I personally have not received any feedback on that particular sign. There have been very few requests for deeply religious messaging, which I would consider citing scripture, for instance. That's very rare, and we don't receive a lot of complaints or accolades, for that matter, on any of the messages.
Okay,
so it's not highly controversial.
Okay, so if I was to put "In God We Trust," if I wanted to put "In God We Trust," just like what's above my head, according to what the policies are, I could not do that. Because I'm not, your eligible advertisers are in here. As an individual, I could not put that on there, could I? No. But you've been accepting an individual's money for the last 5 years for prayer changes things. So, and there is no, that's a very generic statement. So we're going to lose that individuality and the ability to do that. And all I see is groups. So I can't support that. So, but that's just, I don't know if that was talked about in your staff meeting or discussion. How about individuals? Yes, no? Is that an answer?
I'm not exactly sure what your question is.
Well, was individuals, you say eligible advertisers. What we're saying here is individual advertisers cannot put that kind of stuff up anymore. Because it's not only one of the eligible advertisers.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's it.
It says use of the signs available to the following parties: the city of Norco, now we just added the Norco College, the school district, nonprofit organizations, for-profit entities, local, state, and federal public agencies. Doesn't say anything about you can't do as an individual. Not according to the rules. So you just took out an individual's ability to use our sign. It was paid for by the redevelopment funds, essentially the taxpayers.
Yeah, I mean that's I don't think clearly the intent of, as I understand the regulations. So if you want to amend it to add individuals, there's no reason not to. If an individual wants to pay for and put a Merry Christmas, that's fine.
EDAC has never expressed any desire to prohibit individuals from advertising.
Okay, well, it's not in here. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
You're right,
Because it's not in your policy.
Should the council desire to put that it be in there, we will do so.
Okay. Yes, I would like to put that correction in there. Yes.
Robin?
Good evening, Roger. I just had one question for clarification on the religious messages not pertaining to community events or holiday greetings. Community events would weekly services be considered a community event? I'm just asking for
I would think
clarification.
no.
So we're having church on Sunday at 8:30, join us, is not a community event.
Nope.
Thank you for the clarification.
Catherine?
Could you just touch on, Roger, the intent of the sign? When it, my understanding, and I want to make sure that my understanding is clear, is that it was to be used as an economic driver. So can you just clarify what the intent of that sign was in the community?
So I was fortunate to be with EDAC when it was first proposed. So its purpose, as expressed then, more than 5 years ago, was twofold. Yes, to generate revenue for the city through advertisements, but also as a vehicle to assist nonprofits celebrate their events in town. The members of EDAC at the time, saw the digital sign as, in effect, replacing the banners over the street. Now they've coexisted, but that was one of the intents. They thought it would be a more efficient and less expensive way for nonprofits to get their message out.
I was there for that. That was one of my projects. And so I would have to say that it was really, we were tired of people nailing things to trees. And we wanted to find a way for the community, not just nonprofits, but regular folks, to be able to tell people what was going on in the community. We talked first about having some strategically located ones along 6th Street. It also was to get rid of the cost of the big banner across the street, but it was never. I mean, my understanding was it would also include church messages, things like that. I mean, community, church, those are parts of community. So in terms of an economic driver, my hope, and this was just perhaps me, was that it would pay for itself, but it would also be an economic driver for the different businesses. I never really thought we'd make money, and whenever we broke even, I was happy. So I think there was a whole spectrum of things we wanted to accomplish with that. That was a long time ago. Yeah.
Certainly, part of the economic considerations was giving the local businesses an opportunity for greater exposure that they simply did not have or might not be able to afford on other mediums.
Greg?
Sounds like somewhat of a repeat again. Okay, John, so I'll ask you the same question we did the last time.
Just refer to my answer.
Okay. So my question the last time was, if the sign read, this Friday come to St. Mel's Fish Fry, would it be allowed?
We had that discussion, right, and I think that is included in the current ordinance.
So that would be considered a community event?
Yeah.
The way the members discussed it, as I recall, was that would constitute a secular event that happens to take place at a faith-based facility.
We used actually the fish fry as an example a number of times.
Okay.
And I can tell you that my Jewish mother used to attend a fish fry at a Catholic church every Friday, so and she didn't have any problem.
She also played bingo, didn't she, Roger? Thank you.
I do have a correction on this. On page 60, therefore the newly revised language clearly permits congratulatory messages for those who have earned statewide, national, international acclaim. I think we need to add countywide. I think that countywide needs to be, because if you're all county in football or whatever, or you make you're one of the all county, you're the all county drill team, or you win the all county trumpet contest, or the all county science fair, history day, I think those are incredible accomplishments, especially in the Inland Empire. As for the rest of it, again, as I said before, I don't like the censorship. I just feel that we, and especially going to church is a community event for me, and it doesn't really matter what church you go to. So as long as that's precluded, I will not support this. Let's open up public comments.
The first speaker is Scott Zogel. Sorry.
Hey Scott, how are you? Long time no see. Good old pandemic.
But on Thursday mornings, tomorrow morning, we're meeting.
Okay.
Just by the end. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm Scott Zagel. I own a business here in town, and I love my business, and I love this town. And this proposal, I want to give you just a simple way you could vote on it. No. That's simple. Some of the things that I see in it that are kind of disturbing to me as a business owner and as a person that is even a person of faith is that this guidelines is going to be used for other electronic signs that are regulated. And if it getting a permit means being regulated, that means that if a church puts up a sign, would they have to fall in the same guidelines? I don't know. But that's what it says here on a potential citywide application. That's one thing that is concerning. The other is a statement of purpose, and a statement of purpose doesn't talk about anything about economics. And this is from the economics, EDAC, the Economics Development Advisory Council. As a business owner, I want to be able to see us bring people into the city that are going to spend money in the city. And when you look at some of the items in here, like for instance, on page 3, it's now for events or programs in the city of Norco or to adjoining communities. Are we going to be sending people to Eastvale, to Corona? Is that what the economic we want to do, send to their events so that they spend money in their city? We have plenty of things going on in our city that we could promote and continue to promote, even going to church on Sunday, because after church, you're going to go to the restaurants to spend some money. Some of the other things here, you have, let me see here, the businesses, you're not getting local businesses, you're looking at going outside to get other businesses to send people away. With over 1 million people seeing this sign, why are we sending and advertising to people to go to do businesses outside of the city of Norco? That's really all that I have. Just leave it at that. Vote no. You'll do good.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Bill Schwab.
You know, Bill, you were part of this sign too, are you? Yeah. In fact, you and Berwin were the committee, correct?
Berwin and I started.
Right.
And then Pat and I ended up working together until it was completed. I'm Bill Schwab. I'm a 47-year resident of Norco, and I was a member of EDAC for over a decade and participated in the development and installation of the 6th Street sign. At my suggestion, my Rotary was the first nonprofit to advertise on the sign and has continued since. On September 27th, 2016, I submitted a contract and made my first payment for the prayer changes things display that has showed up every 12 minutes since then. So I've got a lot invested in this, and I was kind of I'm going to go off script here because there's been enough stuff. Ted covered basically what I wanted to say. I feel kind of vulnerable here because, one, he brought out that, I'm an individual. And two, it is it could be considered a religious thing, even though most of the world prays. I think that there's a couple things here. One is, as he suggested, I'm glad that he suggested that include citizens, because this was a revenue-generating project. Pat actually figured out a 5-year plan where it would actually pay for itself. We found this money in leftover RDA money, and we got the contractors down to $20,000 or $20,000 $200,000, and we with $50,000 left over for maintenance. But if we'd have kept every single slot open, we'd have paid for that sign in 5 years, and we could have bought another one down there where they put the banners. You know, it was revenue generating. I think Andy has said that it's one of the few projects in the city that's in the black. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I think you ought to get rid of that one statement about religious statements. I don't think it serves any purpose. I think it's embarrassing where it's placed, right in between items of sexual contact and right below that, advertisements for drugs. Get real. You want to put this out in the public and show that that's in the same category, religious statements, as those two items? If the city's vulnerable, they can use one of their 14 slots up there, 14% of their slots, to put up a waiver or a what would you call it, disclaimer statement, just like they did in the contract. At the end of the contract, it says, I hereby certify that I am authorized to submit this request. It is agreed that the city of Norco will not be held liable for any actions. You've already got that on your contract. So I don't see any vulnerability for the city. I feel vulnerable, and I really don't feel comfortable being vulnerable, having placed a statement like that up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Next speaker is Sigrid Williams.
Hello again. As a resident, an EDAC member, and a member of our educational community, I was disappointed that once again city staff did not recognize Norco College. Under eligible advisors, page 64 of your packet, you will see Corona Norco Unified School District, but not Norco College. This was discussed in EDAC's July 27th meeting. 59 minutes into the meeting, a motion was made, seconded, and passed unanimously by EDAC to have Norco College included. Norco College should have the same opportunity to advertise on 6th Street as they are an integral part of our community. They should be afforded the same opportunities as CNUSD. Council speaks about equity and inclusion, then be inclusive. Before you accept the latest revision, require the inclusion as advocated and recommended by EDAC. The other items discussed in EDAC regarding inclusiveness were included, and I thank city staff for those revisions. And thank you, Roger, for amending your report this evening. On to another point. As a scholar in criminal justice, public administration, and government, I advocate on behalf of the people and our constitutional protections. I also despise those that attempt to abridge our rights. I understand the council has concerns about allowing religious organizations, nonprofits, from advertising on the 6th Street Gateway, and it's true that recent court decisions have made it clear that government entities do not have to permit all forms of speech on property that it owns and controls. It's this argument that those wanting to oppress faith-based organizations always fall back on. However, Justice Gorsuch and Justice Thomas have both written that the First Amendment requires governments to protect religious viewpoints, not single them out for silencing. The U.S. Supreme Court has also written that a government must show that a restriction is necessary to serve a compelling interest. What city interest is so compelling to restrict this type of advertising? What I appreciate about my rights are my options. What I despise are those that may not like certain choices and then want to enact policy or law that prevents others from enjoying those same choices. Our First Amendment prohibits restricting something based on some viewpoint. In other words, someone who does not like come worship at XYZ church on Sunday at 10 a.m. is not enough to restrict such a general message. Nowhere does it state you have to go. The Establishment Clause within the First Amendment, separation of church and state, prevents that government from interfering with the church. It does not keep the church out of the public or government, and the Supreme Court has largely resolved Establishment Clause concerns in favor of religious groups, holding that it does not require a government to exclude religious speech from its forums. As long as the guidelines are entirely neutral with regard to expressed viewpoints, there is no reason why any duly recognized religious organization should not be allowed to advertise on the 6th Street Gateway sign. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Bonnie Slager. Oops, sorry. Excuse me. Never mind, there's no more further speaker cards.
All right, closing public comments, bringing it back to council. Any comments, council?
Yeah, I'll make some comments. In regards to censorship, so there are limitations on the sign already. So we're putting limitations on the sign. So I would say in the sense of censoring, then we should, if we don't want to censor, it would be a free-for-all. My understanding, John, is our options are, as the policy says, be clear about what's allowed and what's not allowed. If we allow some religious messages, we have to allow all religious messages. So that means someone can put worship Satan up on the 6th Street sign. So just because you're voting for what is here doesn't mean somebody's for or against religion, but we're looking at what kind of messages we want to see on our sign and what the purpose of that sign was. Because I want to be clear that that could happen. And if everyone in the community is okay with that, great. I don't know that I want to see something like that on the sign or have to explain when somebody calls me why that's on the sign. Because if it's open to everyone, it's open to everyone. The First Amendment is very clear on the separation of church and state, and while there have been rulings that in certain instances, it's gotten a little muddier. But this is a government sign. Nothing is prohibiting anyone from putting a religious sign anywhere that they like, on their car, on their house, on their business, or talking about a government-owned thing. So I just wanted to put that in perspective because I know we heard a lot of speakers for allowing those messages, but just to give that opposite side as well. And I'm open to hearing what my fellow council members have to say.
So anyway, as I said last time, I do feel that the censorship is, I think that all the religious messages should be up there. I don't think we should preclude any of them. In terms of Norco College, I wasn't even aware it wasn't on there, and I think we've actually had messages from it. I mean, we've actually had a rep actually, I've been the rep for Norco College's President's Advisory Council since Brenda Davis. I was the first member, and I've been there ever since. So anytime we slight Norco College, I want to make sure that we correct, that we consider that, as I've said many times, a crown jewel. So let's make sure we put that in there. But I would like to strike religious messages not pertaining to community events or holiday greetings be stricken. And is there something, John, we need to do in order to allow all?
No, I mean, that's actually what Catherine said is accurate, that
we allow them all.
Yes, I mean, on a first come, first served basis, the one thing the city can't do is have any impact on what they say. Whatever the text is which shows up and they want to pay to put on, the city will have to allow it, or whether have to isn't the right word probably, but it will be allowable. That essentially first come, first serve until they run out of space.
I'll second that.
Okay, and just to clarify, so the religious messages is gone. We add all county, and we make sure Norco College is included on that. Probably, maybe, do we have to say something like the same level as the Corona Norco Unified School? You know what it is? I consider Norco College part of that district. I consider it part of that whole spectrum. But we need to make sure we clarify that. But that's my motion. It's seconded.
Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, can you add individuals since that wasn't on as eligible advertisers?
Sure.
Okay. And in reference, under discussion, in reference to the always remember at the bottom, it says on our policy and procedures, all advertising messages must be approved by the city manager or his or her designee before being loaded by the programmer. Any disputes will be resolved by a designated committee of EDAC members and when necessary, input from the city attorney. So if you get those messages that the city manager feels are inappropriate or their designee, they can be reviewed. We'll go from there.
Yeah, not as to religious messages. I mean, we're talking about...
You're talking, but John, it doesn't say that on there. It talks about messages.
I know, that's right, because you couldn't put religious messages on it as it's drafted.
No, I'm not saying religious message. It says all advertisement and messages.
You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. That as it's drafted now without any amendments, that's fine because religious messages aren't allowed. If religious messages are allowed, the city does not have the ability to censor First Amendment speech, essentially. commercial speech, which was what was allowed otherwise, is fine.
You know
Can I
what?
ask for
Oh, go ahead. Yes,
clarification real
please.
quick? In the limited research that I've done, we can prohibit profanity and obscenity,
yes.
correct?
Yeah.
Does that need to be
Probably,
stated as a bullet point then in this particular document? Because even under the First Amendment, we have the right to restrict profanity and obscenity.
You know, so things equivalent to yelling fire in a theater.
Yeah, and I mean, I consider that to be under messages with provocative or sexual content.
Okay.
So
So you're saying that that's an assumed and does not have to be stated.
And if you take out religious, I mean, I think it probably, based upon what Ted's comment was, so there's no misunderstanding, that you need to insert language which says that this all content is subject to review, blah, 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 excluding religious messages.
You good, Robin? Any other comments? Let's put it up to a vote, please.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous.
All right, moving on to 5B, approval of grant agreement with Riverside County Transportation Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, the city submitted a grant application to RCTC for the development of a pedestrian and bicycle master plan. We have received approval for funding in the amount of $96,000 based on an estimated project cost of $160,000. A 40% match is required, so for that $160,000 project, the city would be required to provide $64,000. Norco is one of only 2 cities in Riverside County that does not have a master plan, and having one would make us far more competitive should we ever apply for grants for actual pedestrian or bicycle infrastructure projects, which could be, you know, those could be in the value of in the millions, and the funding is available for that through RCTC and other sources. So this master plan would be valuable. It wouldn't obligate us to do anything, but it would be valuable should we wish to expand our network. At this time, we're simply asking for an approval to sign the grant agreement with RCTC. If approved, we would ultimately proceed to issue an RFP for the development of a master plan document, which we hope would be very, very much citizen-driven.
All right, bringing it back to council. Any questions for Roger? Yep, please.
Roger, just a quick question. The match wasn't designated. Can you just explain kind of what your thought processes are moving forward with that?
We had the ability to designate the percentage of the match. We could have gone as low as 10% or as high as 50%. We chose, based on recommendations from RCTC staff, to select a higher match because the funding for master plans is limited as opposed to actual infrastructure projects, and they advise that a higher match, you score more points basically the more you offer to match, and we wanted that kind of insurance basically to make it a stronger application.
And so the match will cover, it looks like, a good portion of getting this master plan done. Where do you foresee that match coming from? Or when are we obligated for that?
So you really wouldn't be obligated to allocate until we've actually retained a consultant.
Okay. Oh, okay. Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Greg?
Yeah. How does this relate to the Santa Ana River Trail? And because I think we've been working on this and similar for 100 years?
Well, a portion of this, definitely some of the emphasis in the application was to provide a plan so that we could connect to the regional network. It's very much, we all had, on staff, we all had different ideas about, how to extend the bicycle lane network and what kind of pedestrian based improvements would be beneficial. And with Chad and Brian's input, we decided, since there really wasn't a consensus, it would be better to do a master plan so that it would kind of help us crystallize exactly what our needs are.
Okay.
Ted and I met with the county.
Correct, yeah.
And the problem is the Army Corps of Engineers throwing a curveball at us. We're the last section to be finished.
Let me add to that. When we did the section, and this is on the Santa Ana River Trail project, when we did the section and approved the section through RCTC with through Corona by dam and by the dam, Prado Dam and all that, it ends up at Rincon and ends up going to Corridon and Rincon and just essentially dying because the equestrian trails got taken out of the river, put up on the streets. The bike trail is still sitting there. And so as Roger's right, to help us fund this thing, especially through RCTC and getting this thing done correctly, it's going to need to be funded.
Right.
And at least this will help us through our section. The bike trail is going to go all the way up. It's going to hit down Corridon, where OA1 exists now temporarily, but it's there. Go all the way down as it funnels through to up by the community center, and then back down towards 7th, and then hopefully around River Drive. Somewhere along the way, we got to put it back and hook up to the main one down by Hidden Valley. So you're correct. That's what this is. If we can get this money, this grant money, and do it through SB 821, that's what it's there for.
Right.
So that's, and I understand what Roger's trying to do here. So, yeah, just so you understand what Greg's question around the Santa River Trail. And you're right. It's been sitting there, but we're stuck because of what the Corps of Engineers did to us down there.
Okay, so I guess part of that, 'cause Kevin, I would say you were on Parks and Rec Commission when we started working on this plan.
It was called the Coast Crest Trail then.
Yep. How is spending $64,000 going to accelerate this? That hasn't accelerated in a long time.
It actually was close to being completed, and then the Army Corps suddenly said you can't use certain easements. And so now what has to happen is we've scheduled another, they haven't scheduled it yet, but we're gonna have another meeting and actually walk it. And I guess my understanding is, Roger, this will help us finish it, it'll help us mark it, it'll help us do the things we need to do, correct?
That's the aspiration, yes.
Yeah.
Well, that, and it provides opportunities to get grants. So in order to apply for a lot of grants for any bicycle or pedestrian upgrades we want, you need a master plan to be able to apply for them, and we don't have one. So we're missing out on opportunities to improve the community because we don't have one.
We did have a master plan once. Unfortunately, what happened is that the Army Corps said, oh, you can't go through here, nope, you can't go through there, and oh, you can't go through there. So we have to do a new one, correct?
That's about it. The thing is, you have to remember, the trail is a pedestrian, bicycle, and equestrian trail. If we at least get part of it done, and I want to get the equestrian trail done, I was so mad when they moved it up out of the riverbed.
And they did that because of liability. They said, oh, it's dangerous. Horseback riding is dangerous.
Yeah, they did it for several reasons, but I'm going to keep it simple. At least get one of the phases done, and this will help us get that.
Yeah.
So
my last comment then would be, so for $64,000, we'll have the opportunity to spend and have the ability to spend more money on another matching grant.
Yeah.
Okay.
essentially. $64,000 question. Catherine, you had something? All right, how about public comments? Anybody?
I have no public comments for item 5B.
Okay. Closing public comments, coming back to council for discussion, action. I make a motion that we approve the recommendation, approve agreement with Riverside County Transportation Commission, RCTC, for funding under SB 821 Bicycle and Pedestrian Facilities Program.
Still under discussion,
Yep.
Greg. This isn't just, the master plan incorporates the Santa Ana River Trail, but it incorporates the entire city. And if, in the staff report, if you look, there's a number of hot spots where we've had pedestrian or bicycle accidents. We have students walking and riding their bike to schools. It will look at those areas. It will look at the areas that are most traveled on bike. We have a lot of people who are biking, and the Santa Ana River Trail is a destination. We have an active community. Our horse trails, our trails are open to multiple modes of transportation. So I think it does a lot more for our community than just spend that money to spend more money, because it's improving the lifestyle. It will improve the lifestyle, improve our community. I can speak for myself. I've ridden my bike to city council meetings. I ride on the sidewalk. There are no bike lanes. It's scary to ride in some places. We have youth out on their bikes. So I definitely think there's a lot of benefits to this, in addition to the Santa Ana River Trail benefits.
Any other discussion? Vote, please.
Please vote. Motion passes with Mayor Pro Tem voting no.
Moving on to 5C, location of COVID-19 memorial in memory of Norconians lost to the coronavirus pandemic, and provide funding for the memorial.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Roger.
And members of council. The city of Norco seeks to honor and remember its residents who have died from COVID-19 by establishing a memorial and tribute. As you recall, the original proposed COVID-19 memorial location that was brought before City Council on July 21st, 2021, identified the inside apex of the Healing Grove Memorial Park at Pikes Peak Park. At that meeting, City Council requested staff to reach out for feedback and input for this co-location. Staff contacted Mary E. Pettit, co-executive director of the Incredible Edible Community Garden. She expressed to staff that individual gardens like the one at Pikes Peak Park were built in specific locations in honor of each victim of the terror attacks in San Bernardino. The Healing Grove Memorial at Pikes Peak Park was built in dedication of Benetta Betbedal. Ms. Pettit's opinion and recommendation was that the Healing Garden Memorial at Pikes Peak Park was not an appropriate location for additional memorials or tributes. Tonight, staff is bringing forward 2 additional COVID-19 memorial location options for City Council's consideration. Each location could accommodate a bench or a large landscape boulder with a plaque. You have 2 options. Option Exhibit A is at the Community Center front courtyard, and Exhibit B is at City Hall. Each of the 2 location options seem fitting, as they both are hubs to the residents of the community. Each of these locations has clear visibility and is readily accessible. A bench would serve dual purposes, as a memorial and a place to sit and reflect. A landscape boulder would serve as a memorial. At this time, staff is requesting City Council's feedback and direction on the location of a COVID-19 memorial in tribute to its residents.
Back to council. Any comments, questions? Ted?
Yeah, we first talked about this. I think it's important. It's going to remember back, we're still dealing with it. I can remember going to a ceremony where 10 people here in town, I know there's 20 plus that have passed away, but 10 people that we all knew, members. So I want to continue this. And right now, and I'm going to ask Michelle, you don't have an idea what a bench would cost us?
I actually do. Quick rate for a bench to match at City Hall is $825, and a bench to match at the community center is $1697, so that the aesthetics of the locations would match.
Okay, well, favoring the community center, but wow, the price tag jumped way up. But that's okay.
It's a completely different bench than at City Hall.
It's one of the concrete benches.
Yes.
Okay, can't move it, can't take it away. I don't want anybody stealing it. Okay. All right. 1697. Okay, and that's installed, or we have to do it.
We would install it,
So
and that
Todd-
doesn't include the plaque.
Doesn't include the plaque, so we got about
That's not-
2,000.
Approximately 2,000, yes.
No more granite boulders, but that's my opinion. Okay.
Would the plaque be generic, no names on it, just
No, I think at the last meeting we
and no numbers?
actually said it would read in either remembrance or memory of Norconians who lost their lives to the coronavirus pandemic.
Any other questions? Let's open public comments.
I have one speaker card, Bonnie Slager.
Good evening. I'm probably going to offend some of you and some people in the audience. I do not want to minimize those who are lost, but I question why we are having a monument to people that passed away of one cause and not of others. We've had a number of people pass away of cancer, heart disease. We've even had a lot of people, I shouldn't say a lot of people, a few people have died in horse accidents. Do we have any memorials for these people? So why are we doing just one? Just a thought. Thank you.
Sid?
There's no further comment.
Closing public comments. Bring it back to council for discussion, comments.
I'd like to hear an answer to Bonnie's question because it's been brought up to me by a few residents also.
Ted? Catherine?
Well, like I said, when we talked about it initially, it was an impact to the residents in there. You know, a pandemic and the effects of what's occurred in this town and to all the residents, I still see people with masks on because they wouldn't be wearing those masks. There wasn't a pandemic or the fact of what has occurred here. In January of 2020, this nation suffered a big turnaround. And I'm looking back at what occurred in those months and what occurred 100 years plus earlier with the Spanish flu pandemic. A lot of those folks that died didn't have ceremonies, didn't have individual funerals quietly, or weren't attended by large people. And I want somebody to realize that in 10, 20, even 100 years from now, it affected this community. Those deaths affected this community. And yes, there are individual people that die of cancer. There are individuals that have died of heart disease and everything else, and even horse accidents. But we're talking about a group of people who their families had a hard time come visit them in senior care homes, and that the impact, that's why I want people to understand what's going on. So that's my answer to that.
Catherine?
I would just say I agree with Council Member Hoffman.
Well, we have the Kathy Azevedo Spirit of Norco Award. So in a way, we're honoring breast cancer. We have the Wall of Honor for those that have been killed in action in service and in service-related illness in action. We're doing the Gold Family Memorial. There's probably 20 memorials all around. And one of the things that, and I'm not even certain about it, but the reality is we were attacked. We were attacked. And we're all supposed to pretend we weren't, but we were attacked. Now, whether it was accidental or on purpose, time will tell. But we were attacked. And I know that there's cowards that don't want to admit that, and they're cowards. We were attacked. Somebody let that out either accidentally or on purpose. And I think that we will find out someday, 15, 20, 25 years from now, 5 years from now, we will find out what happened. But because of that, an entire world was decimated. Our country. My school was closed today because somebody came and happened to be sick. 10 days, 22 employees. That's why a plaque like this is important. We were attacked. And if you go around this country, you'll see all kinds of things. 26 million people died in 1918, 1919, 1920. We don't even know how many people were actually killed from this because it's so political. It's disgusting. So I think that's why some place, some form, some fashion, doesn't have to be fancy, but we need to commemorate the fact that our entire country changed. Our community changed. And I'll tell you, you want to put up a breast cancer monument, I'll do it. You want to put up a monument to leukemia, I'll do it. I love plaques, everybody knows that. Because I want people to be remembered. I want them to be remembered. Because that is super important. Because what we're doing right now, believe it or not, folks, is we're rewriting our history all around us. We are rewriting who we are as Americans. So, the question for me is, Ted, where would you like to put it? Or Robin, if you have something to say,
I have a question. So, in listening to your discussion, it's not necessarily about being in remembrance of lives lost, but maybe in remembrance of this time period of the COVID pandemic and all the impacts of that, instead of making it specific to remembrance of lives lost. I don't think there's anybody in this room that would argue that there hasn't been some impact to everyone's lives, and so I think I would feel more comfortable with that rather than to specific, and I know we weren't saying specific lives lost, but to that. And then my other recommendation in looking at the cost, and I know we have plenty of money, but that this should be paid for with donations for those that feel strongly about having this remembrance in the community. It's not that much money, depending, well, in either location, in my opinion. And so I would throw that out there as well, that we change it to remembrance of the COVID pandemic, and that we look at donations for the memorial or bench.
I like that. It makes it wider. Not just the people we lost, but that an entire society was. There's probably nobody in this room who hasn't been affected by it. I mean,
Can we include both?
Yeah.
In remembrance of the pandemic and those we lost. We've lost 32 Norco residents.
And maybe more. We don't know yet. In fact, we probably need to wait.
Right. I mean, not to put the number, but I mean, I initially brought this up at the end of a council meeting because I saw in some cities they had done some temporary memorials where they had put out flags or they had put out candles. They had just done something to recognize their neighbors who are no longer there. And to what Councilmember Hoffman said, I mean, neighbors who were in the hospital, who were alone, who were not able to have the same rituals that we have when people are sick or are dying. So, you know, there you have it.
Question for Robin. We were talking, I think you had mentioned, isn't there a family that comes and spends time in front of City Hall and kind of cleans up? And
I don't know. I just know that every year there's flowers left at the deputy's memorial out front, and I just think it would be fitting for there to be a bench for that family, because I know they come every year because there's flowers placed at that memorial every year, and so having a bench out there for that family to sit and reflect, so it's multifunctional, I think for me was one of the reasons why I would advocate for that location instead of the community center, is because I know there's people that visit that other memorial that's there.
That's the son and the wife.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So what would we like to do? I like that you're kind of expanding it. I like that a lot. What do you think, Ted?
No, I'm going to follow Robin on this one, especially with the at the bench in front of City Hall, and I did forget about the Evans family and that. So thank you for reminding me. I'll go along with that, Robin, and make it more inclusive. And Michelle, you're writing it down, so you know what we're going to say. Get an idea?
In remembrance of the COVID pandemic, do we want to add
And those lost.
those lost?
Because I think the number's going to increase.
Oh, we're not putting a number.
Or
Yeah.
actually,
Well, we had 32, but I think in those lost.
don't really want to remember the pandemic. What you want to do is honor the impact on the community of the pandemic and those we lost.
Could you repeat that, John?
Yeah.
Come on, Johnny.
We'll make it easy, Michelle. Just bring it back to us when.
Yeah, in remembrance of the impact on our community of the pandemic and those we lost.
Everybody good with that?
And we'll do it. City Hall is good.
So do we have a motion?
Yeah, it is the
Do
motion.
we have a second? Yeah. Okay. Put to a vote.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous.
We're going to take 3 minutes break, and then we'll come back. Planning Commission denial of Norco Valley Square project. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Catherine Alleman, do you have an announcement?
Yes, I have a conflict of interest due to my residence. Thank you.
So she will be leaving and going home and watching the rest of the meeting dutifully on the video, I'm no doubt. All right. John, do I need to read this whole heading?
Yeah.
All right. All right, 6A. Appeal hearing, Planning Commission denial of Norco Valley Square project, Frontier Homes 2, LLC, located at the southwest corner of 3rd Street and Hamner Avenue, which includes conditional use permit CUP 2020-02, a request to allow a food garden and intermittent outdoor entertainment and recreational amenities, CUP 2020-5, a request for approval of a 120-room hotel with a height of 50 feet up to 60 feet with approval of variance 2020-10. Variance 2020-10, a request to allow the building height for the hotel to exceed 50 feet in height. Site plan 2020-6, a request for site plan review of a mixed-use development that includes 320 multifamily residential units comprised of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom multifamily units and 19 three-story buildings, and commercial uses noted in CUPs 2020-02 and 2020-05. An alternative same proposed uses minus the hotel would be constructed, but with 395 residential units and 23 three-story buildings. Tentative parcel number 37939, a request to subdivide approximately 19.1 acres into 8 lots for financial purposes, and environmental impact report EIR in accordance with CEQA. An EIR was prepared for the project to analyze the potential impacts of the project and identify measures to mitigate the environmental effects. The EIR concludes that the proposed project would require mitigation related to biological resources, cultural and tribal cultural resources, geology and soils, and transportation and traffic. Turn it over to the Planning Director, Alma.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, this is, as the Mayor indicated, it's agenda item 6A, which is an appeal hearing for the Planning Commission's denial of what has been known as or identified as the Norco Valley Square, which is a mixed-use project consisting of residential and commercial uses. Before I go into pretty much the Norco Municipal Code requirements and anything associated to that, the developer does have a presentation, and they're going to do that, and then it'll come back to me so I can finish off the presentation.
Great. Welcome. I know you.
Yes, how are you all? Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor, council members. My name is Marco Stoich. My address is 550 East Hospitality Lane, San Bernardino. And I want to start the presentation tonight. Andrew Wennerstrom of Frontier Homes is going to fill in a lot of detail, but I asked to have the opportunity to speak to you first. Before I do that, though, I just wanted to mention as an aside, you dealt with some sensitive issues tonight, and I was very impressed with the way you handled it. Your sincerity and your passion about it, very encouraging. Seems like anymore we hear negativity about everything and criticism of everything, and I thought your discussion was very, very appropriate and very encouraging, so thank you very much. So with that, we'll get into the nuts and bolts here. Our team is available tonight to answer any questions that you have about the project. Primarily, Andrew Wennerstrom and myself will be making the presentation to you, but we have others, including ourselves, that are happy to answer any questions that you have. And we very much appreciate the opportunity to appear this evening and present our appeal from the Planning Commission's recommendation of denial on May 12th. I'd like to start with just a few housekeeping matters before we talk about the project. We've reviewed the conditions of approval, and the applicant finds them to be agreeable, so I want you to, finds them to be acceptable. I want you to hear that. And city staff has presented alternative projects, or will present alternative projects tonight. A 320 multifamily residential rental unit project, along with a hotel and a food garden, and a 395 unit multifamily project, including 40 affordable housing units and a food garden, with the hotel removed. We presented both the hotel and the food garden as project enhancements. But as I consider the comments at the Planning Commission hearing, both of the commissioners and of the public, it appears that there are many concerns about both the hotel and the food garden. I heard many comments about noise and late night entertainment and things like that. So I just want to let you know that the applicant, if it is your wish, the applicant is willing to drop those elements of the project, the food garden and the hotel, if that is your wish and if you agree that there are concerns with that. We originally added those enhancements to the project because we believed that they were desired. And if they're not desired, we're prepared to abandon them. Our primary interest is in the residential project. So tonight we'll present the multifamily residential project along with the food garden, bearing in mind what I just said. Your staff has done a very thorough job in presenting the elements of the project throughout this proceedings, and I'm sure that Alma will do a very thorough job tonight presenting it to you. In our presentation, we're not going to anticipate or repeat things that Alma is going to tell you about the details of the project. We're going to emphasize in our presentation the measures that have been taken to respond to the input from the city and the community about the project as we originally proposed it. The project has been significantly revised since we originally proposed it, and it was revised in response to that type of input. So that's what we're going to focus on tonight so that you'll have a thorough understanding of how the project has evolved and reached the point that it is this evening. So before turning to that part of the presentation, I want to emphasize something that has been important from my perspective, and that is that this applicant voluntarily prepared an environmental impact report to address the environmental impacts of the project. And the environmental impact report confirms that in each and every topic, the environmental impacts of the project have been mitigated to below a level of significance. Because of that, the applicant could have prepared a lower level of environmental document, a mitigated negative declaration, but it chose not to do so because it believed that presenting this more comprehensively from an environmental standpoint would anticipate questions that the city and the community might have of the project, and wanting to present the project as a very environmentally friendly and environmentally sensitive project, which I think has been accomplished. So with that brief introduction, I want to turn the microphone over to Andrew to present the project in more detail to you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mark, and good evening, Council. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak with you and the public. I'd like to just pick up where we left off at Planning Commission. I think one of the commissioners left us with an important question, and it was, if not this, then what? I think that the reason that question is important is because the zoning, it takes us back to the very beginning. 2 years ago, when we first approached the city with this idea, the climate, the state laws were changing rapidly. Competition for sites that were already zoned for high-density housing were becoming extremely attractive because of these changing laws. I was involved in some of these. There was a lawsuit in the city I live in, Riverside, a neighboring city here. They were drastically going around town trying to upzone every property and causing a lot of heartache. And knowing that this site was zoned as it is, we approached the city to say, knowing what it could be, what if we were to work in a collaborative process and try to come up with something that was much less impactful than what it could be? So the answer to what it could be is, at a minimum, 570 units. The HDO zone also has a density bonus available for 665 units. That's not what we proposed. We tried to work very closely with the city for 2 years in trying to bring a project that would both meet the zoning, but not have a greater impact than what the public could stand. The feedback we received has been implemented throughout the process. So just to talk about the zoning, and I know this is our 5th public hearing, so I won't spend too much time going through the presentation. I'm sure everyone's seen it, some have more than once probably. As the new housing element cycle has begun, the city's allocation has been reduced to 454 units. Again, 2 years ago, this was always seen as maybe an opportunity to do a one and done project, meaning for the next 8-year housing cycle, if we could get one project done, the city would meet its housing allocation through one site and one project. The difference between 570 units or 665 units and what we have here today is 2 years of collaboration on all of the elements that are before you. A food garden that was thoroughly researched and if built and if approved would be, we believe, the best outdoor and entertainment food garden in all of Southern California. We searched high and low. We spent thousands and thousands of dollars researching all of the different projects, how they function, how they work, how to make them better. We took inspiration from all over Southern California. Vail headquarters was something that we studied, took the elements that we liked from that. Also, it didn't have the sort of outdoor garden aspect that in a community gathering space that some other projects have, such as Stone World Bistro and Gardens. We took all of these elements and worked very collaboratively with staff to try to come up with something that was Norcoized, to use the word that we learned. And we think we achieved that. This is 5 acres of usage of the site. It's a significant portion of the site. This wasn't something that we came in wanting to do. As Mark said, our interest from the beginning was in the residential, but we wanted to do it in a way that was sensitive, knowing that it would be controversial. So we took major portions of the site and dedicated it to a use that we were directed would be something the city wanted. In addition to that, we used another significant portion of the site for the hotel. Also not something that we came to the city with the idea that we wanted to do. That was presented by staff. The main interest was, of course, the transit occupancy tax and the revenue that would generate for the city. And so we obliged. We tried to take as minimum portion of the site as we could and still meet the zoning to do the residential portion. Minimum impact. We also wanted to incorporate the city's unique trail system into the project and do it in a way that it was not just some sort of token improvement, but put a lot of thought into how could we get it to be used, how could it really enhance the project. Again, not something that's required under the zoning. In fact, in the zoning, there's a density bonus associated with equestrian facilities. Not saying this would qualify, don't know what, we never even went down that path to seek a density bonus. Again, we were coming in at the minimum. This is just something that we worked with the city on and thought would be a great amenity. As Mark said, we also voluntarily did a full EIR. Our initial study showed that with what we were proposing, the impact would be less than significant and we would be fine to do a mitigated negative declaration. But we voluntarily did an EIR, and all along, that goes along with that, the increased communication, the increased noticing. We had hoped to do more charrettes early on, but as we know, COVID hit in March. That was right when we were scheduled to do our first public charrette. We never got the opportunity to do that. But every aspect of both the thorough studies and the public communication were what we intended. Even beyond the noticing that's required, we went beyond to try to do outreach to our neighbors. Everything from hiring companies to try to get valid phone numbers, door knocking, personal private letters sent above and beyond the noticing. Also, none of this is required. We tried to be a good partner and a good corporate citizen as we went through this process. The site plan itself went through significant changes. Again, the hotel was something that wasn't even our idea to begin with. And as we moved forward and gained more and more feedback, it became very unpopular. It was too tall. We have too many hotels. The traffic, we heard lots of negative feedback about something that we were only including to try to reduce the density on the site. So then it was also, as I think the city began to move through its new housing element, there was a recognition that if we were going to do a one and done project, we needed to include some of the affordable component. And so through all of that, we ended up scrapping the hotel, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in civil redesign, updating the EIR, changing the entire site plan to get rid of the hotel and add units that allowed us to address the city's affordable arena needs. We also made changes to the trail system. We made changes to, there was a ton of changes that came through the process. I know that the fiscal benefits of this project are not going to sway it one way or the other, but it's worth noting that we think a lot of good can be done with the development impact fees. As we all know, this is not a city that develops, thousands or hundreds or even dozens of units a year, as many cities do. And there's a steady revenue stream that comes from that Norco has not seen and is not used to. The fiscal benefits of this project, again, not saying that it's going to sway it, but we believe it'll be significant. There's a lot of good that can be done with $17 million worth of DIF fees, as well as ongoing $1 million revenue. We've also made a commitment, and we stand by it, that we would like to make a contribution above and beyond what's required. Hopefully something tangible, whether it is a memorial of some sort. We have committed privately, and we would say publicly, we've committed to a contribution that could do some good in the city above and beyond the revenues that we're talking about here. So it was pretty clear at Planning Commission what the major issues were, despite our best efforts to have a project that had as small of impact as we can. The biggest thing was the density itself, and I just want to emphasize, again, back to that Planning Commissioner's comment, if not this, then what? The project is allowed to be so much more dense than what we're presenting. We're presenting the minimum. I know that there will be, many speakers that come up, and their main issue with the project is the fact that it's a, for rent apartment community, but. And saying that it's too dense, but it's truly at the minimum. There's nothing we can, any lower we go, it's no longer compliant with the zoning. It could be much, much worse if your perspective is for rent house, residential is a bad thing. This is as small of an impact as we could make. The second one was traffic. Because we did an EIR, we studied this issue, and not only because we did an EIR, we were told from day one that was going to be a big issue that we needed to address, and it played a big role in why we did an EIR. We wanted to study it to that level. Even though the initial studies didn't say that was the case, we wanted to study it. There's been talk of we did the traffic study at the wrong time. The traffic study has been criticized. I have our traffic engineer here that can get into the details if we would like to discuss that in more detail. I think that would be helpful. But in general, the traffic study was extremely thorough. It studied everything from peak season, when the fall semester starts. Those numbers are included. It takes into account Norco College's master plan. It's an extremely exhaustive study that was not just produced by my consultants, it was reviewed by city staff and the consultants they hire. It was very thoroughly studied, and our impact is not significant. Although, as through our discussions and through the promises I made from day one, which were tell me what I have to do, and even if our study doesn't justify it, we can still talk about that. And the city has called on that commitment, and we are making $7 million of contributions toward some of the ongoing projects on both ends on freeway entrances to help mitigate traffic that frankly we're not creating. I understand there's traffic issues. No one's saying that this intersection you can drive through it and there's no cars. But it's not us causing the impact. We are actually mitigating, going above and beyond and mitigating traffic that's not even generated by us. The third issue, and of course this is an important one from day one, is our south boundary. We understand that there's limited places in the city where you have the opportunity to have your housing element be compliant and find places to meet the state requirements. And it would be great if there was no residential around us, but in your limited abilities to choose sites that can meet that criteria, this is one, and it does have a few neighbors. We've been sensitive to that from day one. What you see here is early on studies that we did to try to get a sense of scale and perspective. Obviously, the farther something is away, the smaller it gets as an optical illusion. We were very aware from day one. You go on Google Maps and you can see how many of these homeowners have pools. I have a pool. I wouldn't want anybody looking at my wife while we're swimming or feel like our privacy is being violated. We're very sensitive to these issues, and over time we got better and better at how we were going to mitigate them. So the first step was to until we had mature landscaping, how were we going to not have people staring down into our neighbors? So for every unit that is a south-facing unit along our boundary or along our property line, and all of this will be plan checked by the city. When we go through our construction documents on our architecture, there will be specific units that are called out with privacy, enhanced privacy features for all of our south boundary units. The balconies will be rotated away and screened off visually to where you don't walk out and look toward the south boundary. The windows in those units will be modified to be higher and angled upwards so that they'll still let light in, but you're not looking out and down. That will be from day one. Then over time, we also thought about what the visual impact from the neighbors looking at us. So we can mitigate the privacy issues no problem through construction and through architecture. But also there was the question of what are we going to look at? Because we've got the view of the open field, and when it rains and it's green, it's nice looking, and now we're going to have 3-story buildings behind us. So that was a long process of I learned more about trees than I ever knew before, and we had our conceptual landscape plan, but we had to try to figure out what does that look like in real life. So this was the first rendering we had done to try to understand what our own landscape plan might look like. And as you can see, if you take the perspective that our architecture is ugly, which I don't agree with, but if you did take that perspective, you would see that we're not very well screened. What the landscape architect's trying to do is pick up from a palette of plants and paint his picture. So once we became aware that this was woefully inadequate, we started to make some changes to those tree species. This was the next iteration. First the plan was done, then we had to have a rendering remade of the new species. So here we've switched out lots of plant species. We got rid of what are called willows, and we added silk oaks. Completely different plant palette. It looks good, we liked it, but we realized, isn't there something we can do? We really like the silk oak. It's tall, it's thick, it's dense, and over time that becomes, can we do something where even if it's one species, we're going for more like a forest, basically make a wall of trees on the south boundary. And finally, that's what we did, and that's the rendering that shows where our current conceptual landscape plan is. So, and this isn't even full maturity by any means. We're going in the 5-year time frame. So these trees get even taller. You literally wind up with a forest along the south boundary. So, I know that having any multifamily in the city of Norco is a controversial topic. But again, we really tried to do the best project we could do that was compliant with the zoning we had. We've taken a major swath of the project and basically used it as a city amenity. Now, we hope our residents will enjoy the food garden as well, but I mean, it's really something for the entire city to enjoy. We took the direction from the city early on, and they wanted to preserve the commercial on the Hamner corridor. They wanted the TOT tax and the sales tax generated. The goal was to capture all of the dollars that come in and out of the college that we don't capture currently. They come in, they go to class, and they fly right back out, never having spent any money. The food garden was in part to address that. How do we get these kids to come and spend more time here, more money here? We had the hotel in because that was what the city wanted, then we removed the hotel. That's because that's what the city wanted. We've incorporated equestrian trails, we've changed the landscaping, and we've even brought in now affordable units to help with the arena and again be a sort of one and done project. And for the next 8-year housing cycle, take Norco off the radar and allow you to continue business as usual. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over back to Mark. Thank you.
Excuse me, I'll wrap it up quickly. I don't want to repeat what Andrew said, but I do want to touch upon a few of the points that he made. I want to talk about traffic for just a moment. Our traffic engineer is here, and she would be happy to answer any questions you have, but your Public Works Director was also very involved in the scoping and review of the traffic studies, so he certainly would be able to answer those questions as well. Without repeating Andrew again, I just want to say we have made every effort to be sensitive to the neighbors and to protect their privacy, and we think that we have accomplished that. We have a game plan to protect their privacy, but I won't go into those details again because I think he covered it very, very well. As I said at the beginning of the presentation, you know, we are not wed. We were not wed to the hotel. We are not wed to the food garden. If this is not something the city is interested in, we would be willing to abandon it. As between the residential components, our preference, of course, would be the 395 unit project because it would include 40 units of affordable housing. And we would be interested in the higher density, obviously, because Frontier Homes is a for-profit company, but we also believe that the higher density project with the affordable housing component would give the city credit in two significant categories of the RHNA allocation: full credit for the units and then additional credit for the affordable housing units. So in closing, I feel like I owe it to you to tell you why the appeal was filed and what we think about that. And I'm saying this very respectfully. I have reviewed the entire Planning Commission hearing. I took extensive notes about what was said, the questions that were asked, the comments that were made. But I tell you, I sincerely believe that the Planning Commission did not consider this project in the proper perspective. And where I think they did not go to a great enough extent was the fact that under the Housing Accountability Act in the state of California, this is a housing development project. It was a housing development project as originally presented with the hotel and the outdoor food garden. It is a housing development project if you simply look at the residential component. And my belief is that being a housing development project under the state act, this project cannot be denied without specific findings of adverse impacts on public health or safety. It's my belief, sincere belief. And I feel like in listening to the discussion, the deliberation of the Planning Commission, the comments that were made, I do not believe that any of those types of findings were identified by the Planning Commission. So this is the reason the appeal was filed, and I think I owe it to you just to tell you what we're thinking. You know, at the Planning Commission hearing, one of the commissioners in the deliberation portion made the comment that, and I'm going to read what, I'm paraphrasing, but I want to read it because I want to get it right. She liked the project, she liked the architecture, she liked the different concepts, but that she didn't believe that the project belongs at this location because it's too dense for the area. It just doesn't fit. Now, I know she was very sincere in her statements and her belief, but as I said, I don't believe that that's an adequate reason to deny this project. And I know they were just recommending denial, but But that is the trigger for us. You know, I'd like to point out, as Andrew did, that even the 395 unit project is only 20.7 units per acre, which is the minimum density which would be allowed in the housing development overlay zone. If we fell below that, we wouldn't even qualify to build a project under the zoning. So the perception that this project is just too dense is not really correct, and it's not even correct when viewed in the context of your HDO zone. So we believe the project is a very, very high quality project. We've invested a lot of money, not only in the original design, but in the many iterations and evolutions of the design. The land is zoned for the use. In fact, as Andrew pointed out, it's zoned for a much higher density project. Our preferred development would be 395 units, which is far less than what the zoning permits. We've diligently worked with city staff over a 2-year period of time in order to modify the project in a way that's sensitive to the input from the city and the community. And we urge you to approve the appeal and to approve the project this evening. And as I said, we would prefer that the approval be of the 395 unit project. I'd like to reserve the opportunity, if you would give it to us, to respond to any comments that the public may have. And we look forward to hearing those comments, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Yes.
Just a little bit of house cleaning. Andy, the letter that you gave us previously, is that something we all got? That's part of our package?
Is part of your packet.
And also the Metkins.
That was handed out to you this evening.
So those are public record?
It was sent in the context of a response to the housing element, but
I just want to know if it's public record.
Yes, I mean, it's
okay. Just so Dana makes sure that this letter is available to the public to read. Okay. All right.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm going to try to be as brief as possible, but as thorough as I can. So, let's see. Okay. Mm-hmm.
They're working on getting that for you. Just a moment.
That's fine. Thank you. Okay, so as far as just briefly a project description, location, and zoning, this property is approximately 19 acres and is located at the southwest corner of 3rd Street and Hamner Avenue. The project is located in Area D of the Norco Auto Mall Specific Plan, which has an underlying zoning designation of Commercial General, or what is known as a CG zone, and a housing development overlay. The project site the project surrounding zoning and uses around the project site include the CG zoning developed with retail and office uses to the north, the Auto Mall Specific Plan zoning with retail uses to the east, a flood control channel and A1 zoning developed with single-family residential homes to the south, and A1 zoning developed with single-family residential and open space zoning developed with the Norco College STEM Center to the west. Just briefly, as far as as I indicated, this property does have a housing development overlay zone. And basically what the housing development overlay zone, it allows for mixed use and high density residential development at 20 to 30 dwelling units per acre. The HDO zone is intended to facilitate and encourage the development of affordable housing consistent with the requirements of the Norco General Plan housing element. At least 50% of the acreage identified within HDO must be used exclusively for residential uses at a density of 20 to 30 dwelling units per acre. Specific development and design standards are created on a site that has a HDO zone through the approval of the site plan process. Development standards are adopted and enforceable through the conditions of approval as a specific project in the HDO zone. As far as the project description, the applicant did give a brief description. There's basically two options before the City Council this evening. The first one is the mixed-use project will consist of 320 multifamily residential units in 19 three-story buildings, and this requires approval of a site plan. The other portion is a hotel, which requires approval of a conditional use permit. And because the hotel is proposed with a height above 50 feet, there is a variance being requested to allow that. The food garden does also require approval of conditional use permit. So basically what you're looking at, food garden here, the residential units in this area, and the hotel here. So the second alternative would be, let's see, we have would be 395 units, which would include 40 affordable units in 23 buildings. This would require approval of a site plan. The food garden, which is a conditionally permitted use without the hotel. So you have the food garden, residential units, and the additional residential units as opposed to the hotel. In addition to that, what's being requested is approval of tentative parcel map 37939, which is a proposal to divide the subject property into 8 lots for financial purposes. So basically what is before the entitlements that are requested for the project is a conditional use permit for the food garden, conditional use permit for the hotel, a variance if to allow the hotel to exceed the height limitation of 50 feet, which is allowed with a conditional use permit, 35 feet by right, but 50 feet with a conditional use permit, and if higher, requires a variance. And the site plan approval for the residential portion, the tentative parcel map, and for the entire project, with or without the hotel, you have an environmental impact report. Just very briefly, as far as the residential development standards and amenities that are being proposed with the project, you have units that will range from 729 square feet to 1,284. Residential units will range as far as height from 39 to 46.5 feet and 3 stories. The density is proposed at approximately on an average of 27 units per the acre. Will include 54 to 110 square feet of private outdoor space for each unit, and will include approximately 166,000 square feet of common outdoor space. And the parking is proposed to consist of garages, carports, and open stalls. Amenities continued would include open space, a clubhouse, fitness center, outdoor pool and spa, and a clubhouse is also being proposed. So let me backtrack a little bit here. And so we have the clubhouse would be approximately in that area there. So let's see. This is a rendering of the proposed clubhouse and renderings of the units that residential units that are being proposed as part of the project. For the alternative proposal that would include the hotel would consist of 120 rooms, 4 stories, and with a height of up to 58 feet 6 inches, 120 parking stalls, and variance would be required to for the hotel to exceed the height of 50 feet. And this is the rendering for the hotel. As far as the food garden is proposed with approximately 8,700 square feet of total square footage area. Outdoor dining covered by the 5,600 square foot shade cover. Landscaping and recreational components, and a food garden to include also, let's see, area for outdoor entertainment, in which entertainment would be governed by special event permits. This is just some of the renderings for the food garden buildings. Just real briefly, as far as landscaping that's being proposed, common space is proposed throughout the entire property. Landscaping is proposed within the food garden area surrounding the hotel and, of course, the residential component. With or without the hotel, you'll have landscaping throughout the entire site. What is proposed along this area here, you have a private horse trail, and as I indicated, there's a A120 zone property here. What is being proposed in this area in terms of landscaping is a buffer to help provide some screening from the neighbors on this side. And this is the buffer over here is proposed to of approximately 25 feet wide. Here on this side, approximately 10 feet. And that's just a little closer of the food court area and the landscaping that's being proposed. And that just shows the pool area of the residential units with the landscaping that's being proposed around that area. As far as fencing, what is being proposed for fencing? The applicant is proposing tubular steel fencing in this area, 6-foot high concrete wall to simulate kind of Western design along the adjacent to the properties on Paddock. And fencing will also be proposed in this area to consist of vinyl fencing and some privacy fencing as well. Fencing along this area and this area can be conditioned or changed as determined necessary by the Planning Commission. For grading of the property, I'll go ahead and go to the grading plan. The commercial portion of the site will be elevated approximately 5 to 8 feet above the existing sidewalk grades on Hamner Avenue and 3rd Street. Would be in this area here. The grade of the apartment buildings along the south side of the property bordering the residentials on Paddock will be elevated approximately 3.3 feet in this area here. The building along the North Norco Channel and Hamner Avenue will be approximately 6 to 9 feet higher than the existing grade at property line in this area. Apartment buildings on 3rd Street will be approximately 5 to 10 feet higher than the grade along the horse trail in this area here. And let's see, that's basically it. And the applicant did provide, I believe he showed it in his slide presentation, also is a section of what the neighbors on Paddock will be looking at in terms of the proposed apartment buildings and the fencing and landscaping. And then the horse trail is here. So that's just an indication of approximately what the applicant has shown and believes will be seen as for the neighbors on Paddock. There will be 2 access points for the project site on 3rd Street and on Hamner Avenue. And I won't go too much into that. Let's see. As far as the EIR, an environmental impact report was prepared to evaluate potential impacts resulting from the proposed development. The following categories were found to have potential impacts and were assessed in the EIR, and that range from aesthetics to geology and soil, to noise and traffic, and all the others that are several there. Impacts identified were in the following area: biological resources, cultural and tribal resources, geology and soil, and transportation. And per the environmental impact report, the above impacts were found to be able to be reduced to less than significant levels after mitigation was implemented. The traffic, the EIR did also address traffic, and as far as the traffic, the project roadway study area included 8 existing and future intersections where the project is anticipated to contribute 50 or more peak hour trips. And the study intersections consisted of 8 intersections, which was the project driveway on 3rd Street, Hamner Avenue and 6th Street, Hamner Avenue and 4th Street, Hamner Avenue and 3rd Street, Hamner Avenue and the project driveway 2, which is on 3rd Street, Hamner Avenue and 2nd Street, the Interstate 15, southbound ramps and 2nd Street, and the I-15 northbound ramps and 2nd Street. And just for briefly, the project with the hotel is expected to contribute 3,482 daily trips at project build-out, and without the hotel, it would be approximately 3,108. And just to give you an example, one of the mitigation measures of the intersections that was identified, just as an example, one was for Hamner Avenue and 6th Street, where the mitigation that was indicated was restriping, traffic signal timing, and restriping and traffic signal timing and additional lanes for better turning movement and traffic flow. So I'm not going to go into each one, but just to show you the mitigation measures for each intersection that was studied. And for those that were already identified, that are already city projects, the project would be conditioned so that the applicant pays their fair share. And I'm not going to go into details. Those were all provided in the staff report. So in conclusion, the hotel and outdoor food garden requires approval of a conditional use permit, and as proposed meets the minimum development standards for parking, landscaping, with the exception of the height for the hotel, which a variance is being requested. As far as the residential portion of the project, the City Council will need to determine if the proposed development standards, density, affordability aspect of the residential portion of the project meets the intent of the HDO zone. And as outlined in your staff report, there's several actions that would need to be taken depending on the alternative that's determined to be approved. With that, I will conclude and answer any questions. Thank you.
Greg, any questions?
Nah, I don't have any. So,
just one sec. If you have public comments you want to make sure you turn in your card to Dana over here. Forgive me, I'm sorry, Greg.
Mr. Mayor, and if Councilman Newton agrees, a little lateness, can we do the public comments first? If that's okay with you, Gary? I mean, you
have a lot of cards?
They've been sitting here since 7.
It's the mayor's call.
Your call.
No,
you look like you were hot to trot.
No, I have a few questions.
Go ahead. If you got questions, almost there.
I don't want to inconvenience the residents. That's your call, Kevin.
Maybe some of the questions, go ahead. Ask a couple.
Alma. In your report, this is in regard to the parcel map.
Mm-hmm.
that even though in the understanding in the map back, it does say for financial, to subdivide for financial purposes.
Yes.
What are the specific financial purposes?
Specific financial purposes is for financing purposes. They will develop, my understanding based on my conversations with the applicant is that they will be developing the residential portion, one phase at a time. But in order to secure financing, they have to have something built before they can keep moving on. And the applicant can probably explain that a little better than I can, but.
Okay. And knowing this is an existing, it's 3 parcels,
Right.
which typically you subdivide like 1 to 4. So with a parcel map, you're usually bringing in like 4 lots. Okay.
Okay.
For each one. So 8 works.
Yes.
On that. But one of my concerns with that is why I want to specifically know the financial reasons is that if we allow that parcel map, which is our only discretionary avenue with that map, they can future subdivide those parcels. And it doesn't have to come back to council. And they can just keep re-subdividing and selling those parcels off. And that's a developer trick that if I take this parcel and I subdivide it, that I can, once I get that first approval, I can subdivide, and that's how you increase your money tenfold. So I'm kind of wary about where we're going to lose some leverage if that exists. So that's why I'd like to know more of the specifics on the financial purposes. I think everything else is going to be, my questions are going to be right to the developer. But I have one more for you.
Sure.
So I can understand this. In your staff report, it said that 50% of the acreage, at a minimum, 50% within the HDO, and a density of 20 to 30 dwellings. Okay.
Yes.
So I'd just like to be double checked on if I take 50% of that 19 acres times 20 units, it's like about 91 units. But in the environmental report under alternate 2, it was, I think the density would be like 200 and some. Could be a reduction, a 30% reduction in residential units from the 320 proposed to 226. It's on page 241 of the environmental report. So I'd like some clarification on that, but you don't have to do that right now. Okay. Go ahead, Kevin.
You sure?
Yeah.
Cards? All right, let's hear from the public. Just a couple ground rules. You will be held to 3 minutes. Forgive me because we have a lot of people who want to speak. Normally in this circumstance we would go to 2 minutes, but I don't think that's fair. I want to hear from you. But please try to stay within the 3 minutes. All right?
The first speaker is John Rigler.
Hey, John.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Bash, city staff. Good evening. My name's John Rigler, and I live at 2247 Alhambra. I've been a resident of Norco for only 16 years. Most of you have socks in your drawer that are older than that I've been in here. My wife has been here for 42 years. We've seen a lot of things happen. We used to drive through Norco, and we owned a small horse property over in Riverside, and my wife would go, she would just sigh when she would drive through Norco, and I'd go, why are you doing that? Why are you sighing? She says, I miss it. I said, what's so special about Norco? Well, she talked me into moving over here, and I found out. That I know everybody's name. I know everybody's kids that's going to Oklahoma. And, you know, Norco's a really special place. I had everything written down here. I'm not following any of it. I look at this proposal. I spent a lot of years on the Planning Commission. I looked at proposals, and this proposal, it's mind-boggling to me. It doesn't fit Norco. I'm looking at, okay, we're saying the minimum, 3108 additional traffic trips per day out of this section. Plus we have Kennedy High School, plus we have Norco. We're having the Egg Ranch, what is, oh man. My head is just, my blood pressure is really high right now because I don't like this. I don't like this thing for Norco. I don't think it's a good fit. I don't think it's a good footprint. I don't think it's good for traffic. I don't think it's good for anything about Norco. And I come to these meetings and I see how much people love Norco. They're here, and they're going to voice how much they love Norco. I've had an opportunity in the past to work with this developer. It was not a good transaction. I've had 2 loan officers. I've been in the mortgage industry for 30 years. I've had 2 loan officers that refused to work with them. I don't think it's going to be user-friendly. I don't think it's good for the city, and I hope you vote no.
The next speaker is Sigrid Williams.
Hello again for the last time tonight. I appreciate the vision of Frontier Homes, and I believe this could be a doable project, but I also believe several potential impacts should be mitigated before such a project is approved. The summary states that 90% of this project would consist of residential units at market rate or above moderate income. We are looking at renters that must have a current annual income of $93,000 or more. Only 10% of the slated apartments would be affordable housing, which means 90% of the housing would be out of reach of our college students, which was initially presented to be a perk of this project. A food garden is a wonderful idea. However, the residents will need more than a food garden. They need a convenience store within walking distance that provides a multitude of goods and services, smaller everyday items which are taxable, which will provide steady economic contributions to our city. This should be taken under advisement in lieu of the hotel or additional apartments and made a part of the project. No playground is included in this project. This was dismissed as not needed. A high-density housing complex should include amenities for all its residents, not just cater to adults with a clubhouse, fitness center, or outdoor pool and spa as described in Frontier's proposal. The Quimby Act is clear about neighborhood and community park acreage based on population rate. This project will exceed these numbers. The Quimby Act also states proposed park and recreational facilities, not one or the other. The nearest park with a playground is Neil Snipes, 1.1 miles away along our busiest street. A park playground should be required as part of the condition for the health and safety of the resident children. To support the community's equestrian lifestyle, we need an open trail system into the Norco Valley Square project from the south, which means an open trail system behind Paddock Lane. While not popular, closing off the trail, adding a 6-foot block wall and landscaping buffer of 21 feet will invite the transient population to set up their encampments. Recent court decisions will require the city to find places for these people to stay before an encampment can be eradicated. Again, a health and safety issue. 3rd Street is operated by Norco College and services both the college and JFK. Traffic on 3rd and Hamner will need upgrades, more lanes, more access. It wasn't 3 years ago a major traffic collision trapped thousands of faculty, staff, and students for more than 90 minutes on 3rd Street. I was one of them, trapped. A normal 4-minute commute for me took 75 minutes for me to get off the campus and make a left-hand turn onto Hamner. In the event of a major incident, a T-bone collision from a left-hand turn made from 3rd into the complex will cause a tremendous burden and safety hazard. The city must properly and equitably address the access into and out of our schools. Allowing this project to move forward without some improvements and relief is negligible. Lastly, if Frontier truly wants to be a part of our community, which they say they do, there is no need to subdivide into 8 lots for financial purposes. Subdividing will allow Frontier to sell certain lots once they are built, especially ones that may not bring the rate of return they are looking for. Yes, this is a large project. However, Frontier should have the means and the financial standing to build the entire project without such a concession. Thank you.
Thank you, Sigrid.
Next speaker, Mike Thompson.
Hi, Mike.
Good evening, Council. Just a little refresher. This project was in the works during the COVID shutdown. So their comments about public outreach was no, there was no get-together with the developer and the project. And so I'm kind of here tonight as a spokesman for one of the residents who's on vacation in Montana, who's on the south side of Paddock Lane backyard, faces the project. And with none of those, he received a letter and he received a phone call, which I witnessed. I happened to be there when the phone call was made. And he made it very plain that he was concerned about the 3rd story. Now, he knew when he bought his place that he had that field, but Norco's always been half acres. So worst case scenario, a half-acre house would go in, possibly 2 stories behind his property. Now, you saw the developer's drawing. They're going to raise the grade. Hello? Well, we know what happened to Stater Brothers over on River Road. And a 6-foot wall, I mentioned this at the Stuck meeting on the horse trail. A 6-foot wall that's at the current grade. They're going to raise the grade behind that 6-foot wall. And if they're going to plant 22-foot tall trees back there, you know, that'd be great, but we don't know that's not going to happen. How long is that going to take for trees to get to 21 feet? So his concern on the phone call was the 3rd story. That was ignored. And I know I'm pretty sure that y'all watched the video from the Planning Commission meeting and how many residents from Paddock Lane, both sides of the street, came up to the microphone and said they never heard squat. Didn't know nothing until the neighbors told them about the Planning Commission. So, public outreach, I don't think so. Raising the grade and 3rd story facing those residents, that's not fair. And I raised a question at the Stuck meeting about the traffic study, which they said was done in January. And my understanding that the college has winter break around January, so the traffic is less than the normal times. And I never heard anything different to that. So the traffic study was of a big concern. And again, the horse trail being stopped and not going to their project down on Hammer, and the problem with the transient, what that's going to bring. And again, the small trees, 3 stories, backing up to them residents is just not fair to them. So that's pretty much their concern, or this individual's concern. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Next speaker is Dr. Cassandra Sanders-Hawley.
Hi, Cassandra.
Hi. Good evening. I speak to you as someone who was born and raised here in Norco. Now I'm raising my children here in Norco. I'm a small business owner. I'm a founder of a nonprofit that serves disabled children here in the community. I think our community is in need of entry-level or low-income housing for young professionals, for young Norconians like myself. I think we're faced with that a lot more these days. Our lots are valuable, and that's great news for us. But it's a challenge for a young Norconian who wants to build their life here and stay here, become an adult, and live on their own. At first glance, this project is aesthetically pleasing, seems to incorporate appealing elements for our community culture, equestrian lifestyle. I like the food garden. I like that element of perhaps capturing some of those college students to spend their money here. But the size give me pause. It's just too large and too dense to fit our community with the 2 and 3 bedroom units. The sheer number, size, and height of these buildings in an already congested area with college traffic. I had my business there for 3 years, and additional traffic severely impacted my business and will do more. It just doesn't fit with our community and landscape. I'd like to see opportunities for young Norco families to make their home here, to stay here. But I just don't agree with this scale. At 320 units, approximately 4 people per unit, that's a solid average. My dad manages HUD housing, so I've got a good solid knowledge of that. That's about a 5% increase in our population in 19 acres. That's pretty substantial. So again, I appreciate their attention to detail for our equestrian lifestyle, but I feel that the density in this area is just too much for the first of its kind here. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Next speaker is Joy Olea.
Hey, Joy, how are you? Nice to see you.
Well, good evening, Council. I'm here as a resident of a community that has been overlooked in this study. I am a resident of the Sycamore Ranch, Pepperwood area, which is the housing community behind the college. None of us were notified. The only reason the people in that neighborhood know is because I happened to become aware of the meeting that was happening with the Planning Commission. I made a flyer very similar to this and delivered it to every resident in my neighborhood. They showed up to Planning Commission. That's how we found out. We were not notified of anything. As far as it not being a safety impact, I beg to differ. We have one of the only public riding rings and a park with a playground in it within my community. We have a large number of equestrian traffic. We have a large number of pedestrian traffic in my neighborhood. We already have a major problem in our neighborhood, which we've addressed with the college back in 2016, that because of the congestion already, because of the college and JFK and just Hamner in general, we had to meet with the college and let them know that students and others are parking on Belgian, which is the emergency entrance into the college. They're parking on Belgian. And back in 2016, there was an average of 66 cars at 5:20 in the afternoon. And I know this because I did the study myself. I went and counted all the cars. That was in 2016. Now we have even more, and they are parking on Stallion as well. Those neighborhoods, or those streets, those persons that own those homes are going to have to disclose that if they go to sell their home, because that would make someone that is interested in living in our neighborhood would deter them. If there's that much traffic, there's that much trash, there's that much noise, everything else in that community, it will need to be disclosed. And I know that because I'm a realtor in that area. This area, adding another 3,000 people, we've all been in this area. I've lived here for 20 years. That traffic in the morning is horrendous. If you add another, even 1,000 trips, it's going to be ridiculous. It's already overpopulated. Kids and students are just looking for the easiest route. This is going to impact our neighborhood tremendously. As far as, let's see, traffic study done when we were not in session. I'm thankful, well, I shouldn't even say that. We were not notified. It's going to impact us. I hope that you will take that in consideration. I'm not opposed to a project like this, but in this particular area, it makes no sense.
Thank you, Joy.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Shane Porter.
Hey, Shane.
Mayor Bash, Council. I am one of the residents that do own property along Paddock on 1875. I'm at the very end. If you drive too far, you run into the flood control channel. I'll have two of these amazing buildings staring down into my backyard. We're not happy with it. I don't support it. Some of the other things that I was looking at, in addition to that, some things that I haven't heard brought up was the three-story buildings. I don't know if the council is aware, but in your city, the fire trucks, the tallest ladders you have are 24-footers. So you're going to get into the first-story window if there is an incident where you're going to have to do life safety. Okay, so the ground floor with having a garage, vehicle fires on those type of structures, even if they are insulated, which they should be with 5/8, if they are sprinkled, you're still running a hell of a safety risk for anybody above it. You're basically putting them in an oven. Something to think about. You may want to get rid of those ground stores, which would then take care of part of the height issue. Looking at that, also the variance for the size of building, you're banking on the fact that the county truck would be available to roll in to assist on something that happens, or Corona City's truck. If they're tied up, they're tied up, and we're SOL over here. So you're looking at another life-threatening situation for public safety. The fees, one of the things I wanted to bring up, the fees, the impact that facility is going to have with the numbers that I've heard, 500, 1,000, whatever, those fees are going to impact our limited budget already within this city. How much fees, and I know they're talking they're going to throw some money into a kitty and whatnot, but that's eventually going to dry up. Is the city going to be able to sustain the level that's going to be needed for that high of a density housing? And I'm talking with the sheriff's department, with the fire department, public works, the whole gambit of things. So it just seems like a bad storm. The 25-foot buffer was one thing that I had concern, having the property. We have a 10-foot easement behind our house. They said they're going to go 25, so that's 15 feet farther into their property, I would imagine. Then they're talking about putting a 6-foot wall in, but then they're also talking about elevating it 4 feet. So now do we deal with a 2-foot wall on their side? So there's some things that just don't make sense when they're talking about the site elevation. And one of the other gentlemen says, how long is it going to take for these trees to mature? Is it a 10-year, 15 years before we finally don't see the buildings? So these are some of the things that I have concerns that I'm bringing to you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Shane. Shane, were you a captain or a chief?
I was a captain. 32 years, Cal Fire, retired.
Thanks, dude.
Next speaker, Larry Kleesner.
Hello, Marine.
Hey, what can I say? I'm not Marine, I'm Army, but you're close.
Oh.
Mayor Gibash and the council, thank you for letting me to talk a little bit. And we probably beat this to death as far as traffic goes, because our roads and streets here in town right now are in such need of repair, as y'all know. And I'm thinking, because I'm being prior law enforcement, I'm thinking about the law enforcement. How are they going to keep up with all these many people in such a short period of time? And this is Horsetown, USA. These lots they want to build, let's make half-acre lots. So we can have equestrian properties and make it what it really should be. As far as these really high hotels and stuff, we're not LA. We're Norco. We love Norco the way it is right now. And I know you can't stop progress. But all I can say is it's not a good thing. I'm against this project. If they can modify it and make it equestrian right, then hey, I'm all for it. But traffic, thanks guys.
Thanks, Larry. I'm sorry I teased you.
Next speaker, Natalie Knox.
Hi, Natalie. How are you?
Thank you. Good. This is actually my first city council meeting.
Welcome.
I've attended, and I'm actually a new resident in Norco as well. And it's really by the grace of God that I've been able to move here. My parents bought a property here because they feel so strongly about Norco and its beauty, its appeal, and So my husband and I are kind of managing the property and making a family farm there, and I've just been really impressed by all of you at this council meeting, and I wanted to maybe get to know a little bit more about you before coming, and I was really impressed by all your city council bios as well, and it seems like we all have the same consensus that we love Norco the way it is. Mr. Newton, you were attracted here by its low density equestrian lifestyle. Mr. Bash, you've been here for over 50 years, and some of the coolest people we've met here are just like you. They're just really salt of the earth people, and even though they love to reminisce about old times in Norco, and we really wish that we could have been there during that time, but we love Norco the way it is, and we dearly want our future children to have the same opportunities that you had here in a rural setting. I'm sorry, Mrs. Ehlman isn't here, but I remember when she was running, we talked together about some of the developments that were being planned or proposed or underway already, and we were both dismayed that some of the problems that will bring, including crime. And we just moved from North Hollywood, and even though the apartments near us were only adding maybe 2 units, the traffic that was added was crazy. And I can tell you the homelessness exploded, even with just a couple units coming nearby, and there was a huge spike in crime. And even just from 1 year of living here, we've seen, 1 homeless person every now and then starting out, but then after a year, now we see like 3 or 5, and that's just with the couple of projects that have already gone away. And I know I don't have a lot of time, but I'm really thankful to hear that we have a lot of common values. And I would really like to see Norco to stay rural.
Thank you, Natalie. Welcome to Norco.
Next speaker, Bill Naylor.
Hello, Commissioner.
Good evening. I just kind of want to concur with most of the speakers that were here this evening. We all would like to see Norco stay as rural as we possibly can. I'm concerned, and I'm just going to hit a couple of quick points. And I'm going to take it on the fact that if you decide to approve the project, then I'd like you to think about a couple of things. One, I'd like to try to keep the density as low as we possibly can, and I think a hotel would help reduce the number of residences that would be there, just if you decide to approve it. Secondly, I'd like to make you think about the fencing. It's been talked about before, especially along the residential area. That 6-foot fence in most of the places we've had commercial areas and such, we've all actually gone closer to the 10-foot fence, just thinking about those things. I am concerned about traffic, just like everyone else is, and everybody's already spoken to that pretty much, but 3rd and Hamner is really a nightmare. If we do go ahead with the project, and like I say, I kind of hope you don't, but if you do, I like the project, just so that they know. I do like the way they've got it laid out. It's just I don't know that it's the right place for it. The food court would be a nice addition, I think, to the community. And then one other thing that was brought up at the Planning Commission meeting, I think, and it wasn't even mentioned here by their presentation, is their concern about the 3 levels, and no elevator was planned for that. So what are they going to do about especially handicapped people, things like that, access to the third floor for those people that are using those apartments? Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thanks, Bill.
Next speaker, Terry Young.
Hey, Farmer. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you? So, I'm kind of neutral on the project because I think it can actually be a good thing. I think it actually can help with tourism, and I think having some apartments can be a good thing for our community, but I have to say that the design is completely wrong. It's not Norco. And I know they really kind of like the buildings, but to be honest with you, I hate it. I hate the design, I hate the buildings. It's generic. It looks like something that I would see in Eastville or any other suburban community. It is not Norco at all. I don't want to go on and on about the traffic because you've already heard about that. This last winter I was in Naples, Florida, and I went to a shopping center called the Mercado. And I sat outside on an outside couch, sipping my coffee that I just got right there. There's apartment buildings that are literally across from me, listening to live music. Cafe diners are behind me with the cute cafe lighting. It was amazing because I could have stayed there all night, sipping my coffee and just enjoying the atmosphere. It's called a lifestyle center, and I'm sure these guys probably know what they're about, but lifestyle centers are kind of the new thing that's popping up, where it's a combined use of mixed use of space, where it has hotels, movie theaters, all kinds of stuff. Now, obviously, we don't have massive space that we can accommodate everything, but we can accommodate a hotel, but not just any hotel. It has to be a boutique hotel, a destination hotel, something fun, something where people are going to be like, oh, this is a great hotel, let's go stay there. Not another generic, same, boring hotel. Let's make it unique. Another one of those lifestyle centers is Santana Row in San Jose. So that's another one. So something to take a look at. Also the style of it, the architecture of it, more of a Western town. Something kind of like Prescott, Arizona, where there's retail at the bottom, apartment complexes or apartments on the top. So Prescott, Arizona is a bigger scale, something that's cute, you know, architecturally design-wise, something like Oatman, Arizona. When you go to Oatman, I know it's small and it's an old mining town, but you really feel the theme when you're there. You feel it. Same thing like Knott's Berry Farm, their ghost town. I mean, Knott's Berry Farm left us long ago. Let's show them up. You know, let's do it. So. Another thing you can do is put, instead of multiple smaller buildings, perhaps larger buildings, because if we're going to go with the retail at the bottom, apartments on the top, you can go with larger, longer buildings. So perhaps that might be able to be a way that you can fit more in, maybe with the design and the layout of it. Another thing to look at is rooftop farming. If you can do flat roofs instead of the peaked roof with pitches, you can do rooftop farming, which may or may not give some type of tax credit because it's a green roof, but then you're incorporating farming as well onto the roof, so you kind of get that aspect, which the farming then, some of the stuff that we grow on the rooftop can be used at the restaurants below. So just kind of a way to combine a lot of different things.
Great.
Anyway,
Thanks, Terry.
thank you.
I don't know his last name. The last speaker, I'm sorry, on the last name it's Kim, and it looks like Roar. Sorry.
Okay, I was writing very quickly, so I was trying to get that card done. So I had a long thing to say.
Hey, Kim.
However, we've talked about traffic ad nauseum at this point. I want to bring up the parking issue. Hang on, I'm old, I need to see. So 395 units they're proposing with 728 parking spaces. You got to assume that out of those 395 units, each unit will at least have 2 drivers. 728 parking spaces is not going to accommodate all those people. We already have a parking issue with the college. College kids are parking on Belgian over in that area. They're parking on Mountain. I live on Paddock. They're soon going to be parking on Paddock. My son went to Norco College for quite a few years, more than he should have. However, he chose to walk to school versus driving, even in the rain, because the parking expenses are ridiculous at the college level, and there's not enough parking for all the students. So where are all of these people that are potentially going to be living in this housing development going to park? They're going to be parking on my street. They're going to be parking on Mountain. They're going to be parking in the college where they don't need to be, in places that are not perfect for parking. They shouldn't be there. They're not accommodating those people, and they're putting us out of what we enjoy about Norco, our small community, our rural environment, and we're going to lose that by having 3-story complex. I don't even want to bring up that being behind my house. I think the parking is an issue as well.
So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Okay, I have 6 speaker cards that I'm told that they have left, but I want to just call them out just to make sure. The first one is Mike Ryan, who is in favor. Zora Williams, in favor. Zora. Andrea Gladson, in favor. Left. John Adelig, in favor. Brooke Speak, in favor. No. And then Reza Kavanian, in favor. They're not here. Okay, they have left this evening.
They were not here.
I was given the cards.
You were given
at the beginning.
cards, but they were not here. So I did not see them. Okay, that's interesting. Anybody else? I mean,
I have no further speaker cards, Mayor.
closing public comments. All right, bring it back to council. Ted, anything? Sure. You wanted to reply.
Okay. Well, I'm going to co-opt this with your permission with Andrew because some of the comments I think he's better able to address. I'd like to just generally say that many of the issues that were brought up, traffic, public safety, public services, are addressed in detail in the EIR. And I certainly believe that the people that testified did this completely sincerely, but there's data in the EIR that addresses all of this. And when the EIR concludes that there's no potential for a significant impact, it does that with reference to the analysis based on the data in the EIR. So that's my overall response. I'd like Andrew to address the parking, and I'd like him to translate that into the number of people that are going to be here and how that all works.
Sure. There was also a few other comments I thought that were, deserving of a response. I can also, if you'd like, Greg, just going back to your very first question about starting there with the map for financial purposes. Certainly not the CFO or I don't work in the finance department, but I do understand that the purpose of that is simply for financing. When we do construction financing as you go, if it was all one giant parcel, you're carrying the loan from the very first construction all the way to the very last occupancy when the state of California realizes there's no real need to do that. And so they have this vehicle, parcel maps for financial purposes. And the only purpose is so that as you build and as you go and as you close buildings and lease them up, you can get off of those loans. There's no reason to carry that interest and carry that amount. So that's all it's about. You said that, and I'm not familiar with what you were saying about some trick about, and then once it's subdivided, now you can continue to subdivide it. I can assure you.
I want to address it as a trick, but
but I think Alma can confirm there is no ability.
You have a great way with words, so I'll give you that.
Well, there's no ability to subdivide any more than what we're doing today. Anytime you come back for another parcel map or anything that you would try to do in the future would have to go through the city's process just like anything else. And Alma can confirm that there's nothing we're doing as part of this package that would give us any ability to.
Oh, you have a very competent attorney, and I think if you want me to come back to that, I will.
Okay.
In a little bit, I'll just find that subparagraph, but.
Okay. To address just quickly some of the comments, we do have someone mentioned that there was no kids park in addition to the community space as part of the food garden. We do have kids park, tot lot throughout. There are amenities throughout each individual quadrant or portion of in between the two buildings. There are tons of amenities, barbecues, tot lots, all kinds of things for the residents. So I just wanted to point that out. To the comment about the trail being open on the south side, that was directly feedback that we got from Paddock Lane that they do not want their private trail. That is an easement that was given up many years ago. Technically, the property line there's a property line between our two parcels, and the trail is on their side. It was given up for them to have equestrian access out of their backyard and be able to connect to the trail system. They were pretty adamant about not wanting access to our site through their equestrian easement. It was something that we actually thought was a good idea at the beginning, and we had that, and we removed it after consultation with Paddock Lane residents. They said, if there's access to this site through their easement, you'll get foot traffic, you'll get college kids, you'll get all kinds of people coming through their backyards to access the site and to get to the food garden. They did not want that. That's a change that we made. With regard to some of the different assumptions about bed counts, half of this project is one-bedroom units. There was a reference to all of the three-bedroom units. Only 5% of the community is 3 beds, so it's mainly a 1 and 2, and it's about half and half, 45%, 45%. So the assumptions about 4 people per unit, that's not the way this project is designed. And of course, even beyond the design, we have a property management company, to your point about parking. We are not going to be encouraged and have no interest in residents that have multiple cars, some amount of cars that we can't handle. Every unit will get a covered space. There's tons of extra spaces beyond the 1 per, and those will be managed and by our property management company. They'll be permitted, essentially. If you have you'd like to bring in more cars, you have a 2-car household, if we can accommodate that, you can purchase the additional spaces. If we can't, that will be known up front. Maybe this isn't the place for you to lease. It's all about property management at that point.
Just a question on that, forgive me. So the parking count is 1.88, 1.80?
Correct.
Which is 2 cars.
Correct. And half of the project is one bedroom units.
But you just said 1 car, and then
sure.
It's kind of not our first rodeo.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, more and more, your property manager will have the legal ability to make sure only 1 family lives in that apartment, and will have the legal ability so 2 parking spaces you're going to have for every unit, which you don't have. But if somebody has 3, they'll have the legal ability to stop those 3 cars. And I'm just asking, I'm just curious, because we don't have the legal ability to tell. We got houses with 5 families in them.
Sure.
I can't send John over and say, you got all those kids going to the school. So you just said that you're going to be able to curtail that?
Yes, you're correct that we cannot, essentially discriminate, but we can through property management, through enforcement, through towing. There's already regulations all around about public parking. We can absolutely discourage residents.
Parking, but having multiple residents in an apartment, you won't be able to do anything about that, correct? I'm just hearing what you just said. I just want to make sure we're clear that in today's world, there's a lot of people living in homes.
Yes, we can.
And you said you would curtail that.
Yes, we're allowed to have lease agreements that have maximum occupancy per unit. So we can absolutely control that.
All right.
You can't just because you signed the lease agreement will say you can't do that. So if you violate that, we can absolutely evict you.
Okay. Gotcha.
And then just lastly, real quick, the concern about elevators and ADA requirements. All of the ground floor units have to be ADA compliant in modern code, and elevators are not a component of 3 stories. That's a 4-story. It's a higher density where elevators come into play.
And on I heard the comment, Andrew, that nobody knows how long it'll take for the trees to grow to the point where they screen. Didn't you say 5 years? Okay, the trees will be of a size and of a species that will grow to 90% of their full height in 5 years. And then the final comment I wanted to make was I heard one of the residents testify that the traffic study, the traffic counts were done in the month of January, and the implication, I think, was that they're understated. We understated the baseline. Our traffic engineer is probably one of the most qualified traffic firms in Southern California, and they don't just go out and take counts. They quality control those counts. They compare them to other periods to validate that they're credible evidence, because they are the basis of the traffic study and all the traffic projections. And this traffic study was carried out under a scoping agreement that your Public Works Director approved. And I think if asked, he would attest to the professional nature of the study and the quality of the study.
So question, when was the traffic study done?
It was done in January of 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Ted.
Andrew, since you started this, I got a couple of questions. In looking at the project you submitted, I'm going through, first of all, on the 320 units, you got 150 of those. This is from your plans. They're one bedroom, correct?
I believe that sounds right.
155 two bedroom, correct?
Sounds right.
Okay, and then 15 three bedroom.
Sounds right.
Okay, based upon what I was taught and how I did my population estimations when I was working with the Sheriff's Department and doing CEQA and negative declaration reports, one bedroom apartments comes out 2 people. That's normally what it is. That's how we used to plan them. 2 bedrooms, 3 people. That's how we used to plan them. 15, your 3 bedrooms were 4. So based upon that, I'm looking at here that just for your 320, that's 725 people. Okay? Now we go through on your 395 project. 194 one bedroom, 186 two bedroom, 15 three bedrooms. Based upon the same numbers I just gave you, that's 1,006 people. Is that about what you guys figured for your density and the number of people you're going to have there?
In which report are you referring to? In our traffic study?
No, this is not your traffic report. This is your estimate. This is based on just going on population numbers, the number of people you anticipate being there.
We don't. I'm aware of the figures you're using,
Yeah.
and I don't dispute them. It depends on what asset class you're talking about. So if this was a C or even perhaps a B asset, those could be viable numbers. This is an A-class asset. I mean, we can't make everybody have. I know someone got up and said, this is going to be out of reach for so many of our residents because of the average rents, and that's true. These are going to be, except for the affordable component, which we're including to try to address that issue. These are luxury units. Rents on but I just want, a lot of these one bedroom will be occupied by one person, a young professional making good money, not people trying to all team up and rent.
Well, these are numbers that, as you know, that's what CEQA did. That's how they used to figure them. That's how I learned them. So based upon that, and you said that, anyway, like the lady said, there's 725 parking spaces. And I'm just trying to get an idea here. And so if you use the numbers I gave you for your 395, that's over 1,000 people. And if they're not driving, we'll put some younger in there, underage and stuff like that. But that's still, you're pushing the envelope as far as the minimum parking spot. And some of these young professionals, if I had one and I was living it, because I saw it happen all the time, is my toys go in my garage unit, the one that lives underneath there, and my car goes outside. I'm just making that thing.
That can also be controlled by a lease agreement.
Okay.
You're right.
Just throwing this out because you brought that up. These are going to be market rate apartments, correct? Majority of them, the 90%. This just came off what I grabbed from the average rent in Corona right now. That's some of their average rent, and I know this is a large scale. So what they're saying right now for the average is $2,078. That's for the average apartment, which is probably it's a big thing. Now, when they go with the luxury ones, the ones right, what I would consider the 1 and 2 bedrooms, they're $2,400, $2,500. Is that about right?
That is about right, and the comments we had about crime and these people, those type of rents don't exactly gel with those kind of comments. Would you agree?
No, I'm not. You're talking about a guy that used to work in the cities that had low income, and I tell you, we spent a lot of time at those apartment complexes. Yes, we had nice apartment complex, but crime isn't specifically to low income areas. It also occurs in high income areas too. Don't fool yourself. But one of the things I got this, and this is just from this is I just printed this off. This was right here as dated July 21st. July of 2021. And you know this business better than I do. They're seeing a 15% increase in cost of these units. Is that true? Annually is what's coming up?
That's probably an annualized rate, but yes, construction costs are ballooning.
Well, not just, but your rental cost. That's what they're saying.
Both of them, yes. Construction and rents are both rising rapidly.
So I'm just trying to point this out at the cost. Is this even going to be affordable for people? You're going to be able to afford them?
That's why rents keep going up. There's just endless demand for housing. We haven't been building enough housing. But that's why we're in the crisis. That's why the state's changing all the laws. That's the cause. There's just not enough of it. And so, yeah, these rents are supported.
Okay.
Just a question on what he said. So I haven't had to live in an apartment in a long time. So a 700 square foot apartment is a luxury apartment? And a 1,200 square foot 3-bedroom apartment is a luxury apartment?
What makes it luxury is the level of construction. But anyone can afford that. I would argue that's luxury.
Okay. All right. Okay. I lived in a luxury apartment. It was 2,900 square feet. And that was 1 bedroom with a really nice Art Deco. And I paid $900 a month, but that was before the Civil War. Ted, anything else?
Unless Robin
Robin's
got something.
I have a few questions. I'm wondering why in some of the reports, staff reports, and in your reports, I don't see things matching up. I feel like you would want to advertise and promote these different amenities that are being provided. So your reference to the tot lots or the kid parks, I haven't seen mention of those. I did see mention of a dog park, but then I see it in one place and then I don't see it in another. And so I have some concerns on the inconsistencies. So can you explain that to me, why a dog park would be mentioned here but maybe not listed, or tot lots would be mentioned? You said they're there, but I don't see them mentioned.
Sure, I can't necessarily speak to the staff report, but I know that all of the amenities, probably the quickest place to go in terms of the plan sets that we turned into the city would be the conceptual landscape plan. These are thick plan sets that lots of requirements that we have to meet to turn in. It's a lot of plans. I don't know what makes it into the staff report and what doesn't, but it's certainly all there in the plans, which, if the project were approved, that's what we are held to. Those are the entitlements, and everything that we turn in, there's 6 more months of plan sets and construction documents that we would have to go through. Approval doesn't mean construction. Approval means the concept is approved, and now we have to actually engineer and build the whole thing out on paper. All of those plans would have to be consistent with what we've turned in so far.
So like that's a tot lot, and that's a tot lot, and that's a tot lot?
There are amenities in all of those locations, yes, sir.
Just don't have the play systems in them. They're just boxes that are colored.
In that plan set, all the amenities are listed.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Sorry, Rob.
No, you're fine. I had a question, and again, this is in the staff report, so whoever can answer it. Talking about grading and runoff, and it says that the project will redirect runoff tributary to the residential properties on Paddock to a proposed connection to the North Norco Channel. So I guess my question is, if it's proposed, is it even in the near future, Chad? Like, is it on the horizon for this connection to the flood control channel?
I'm going to defer to Sam to answer the question as far as he's been following and tracking all the projects in relation to storm.
Correct, and I understand that. I guess my question, to be more specific, is we know how long it takes to get a project approved and through the process. What would be that timeline on county flood control? Because they can't just say, oh, we're going to connect. And then they can just put it in. Okay, thank you. The next question that I have was under the development agreement, and it says there would be a impact fees, obviously, and then contribution to defray ongoing increase to public safety costs, etc. But then when we go to the EIR, and I think in one of the CUP lists, we're told there's no impact. So why would we have a statement that there would be money contributed for ongoing costs, but then in another part of the report say that there aren't any impacts?
The impacts from the EIR talk about things that are mitigated to be less than significant, but if you're talking about the development agreement, that's a condition that has been placed by city staff to work out what that contribution would be. And we've actually done studies when if the project is approved and we can get to those discussions where we're talking about a DA, we have financial analysis teed up, done by David Tausig and Associates to quantify that impact, and it is minimal, but that's to be worked out between us in a development agreement.
So I'm trying to understand where the nexus is between something being stated in the EIR is not significant or less than significant, but then you saying in potentially a development agreement, we're willing to put out some money to take care of these issues for you. Like, where's the nexus at between those two things?
Our EIR consultant is watching online, so give me a minute and I'll get you a specific answer on that. I'm not an EIR.
Right here. This is Charles Holcomb. I'm with Brinkon, and that's a great question. Absolutely. And it actually abodes to both ISM&D, initial study, mitigated NEGDEC, or a EIR. And nonetheless, when you have a impact on a project and there is a potentially significant impact, there is a way to mitigate it, and that mitigation would be a way of a diff fee, and that diff fee reduces that impact to either produce another resource or some other a fraction of whatever the community or city council prefers. So, great question, though.
So money just solves the impacts. Is that short vernacular for what I was just told? I'm not trying to be disrespectful by any means, but was I just told that money will solve the impacts?
And that's actually a state mandate. Yeah, mandate.
Oh,
so
yes.
it's part of CEQA. So DIF fees are not just for this project, it's for every project that happens in California.
Okay.
So when I read that language, what I assumed it meant, and of course all it is a condition of approval, it hasn't been fleshed out, but what I assumed it meant was that there would be a mechanism in the development agreement to ensure the enforcement of the mitigation that we've agreed to perform. So that's how it connects to the EIR, because the EIR does have mitigation measures, and the development agreement would be one means of enforcing those mitigation measures to ensure that we perform them.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to keep ticking along on the EIR then for a bit. Under utilities, the City of Norco Public Works Department provides the following utility services: solid waste, water, wastewater, and stormwater. And Southern California supplies the electricity and SoCal gas. And it goes on to say that we can meet those demands and there's not an issue. I guess my concern is that we see rolling blackouts. We're in the midst of potentially having water restrictions, and we're going to add at minimum 320 housing units with folks. How do we meet that demand, and what are our obligations as the city and the utility to meet those demands in respect to limited resources?
Good question. In regards to water, we have more supply available to us than our demands, almost by double. And obviously, so we can certainly on a supply basis, in theory, can meet that requirement, even with a reduction that would occur in relation to a drought condition, and we declared mandatory budgets, et cetera. Certainly, that obviously doesn't reduce our available water that have available to us. We're simply going to be requiring residents to use less and require them to do that through financial mechanisms, meaning if they don't comply, they pay more, et cetera. On the sewer side, same thing. We have ample capacity to address and handle expansion, even with what we've done, and especially in most of the expansion we envisioned multiple hotels, which have high usage during the days, and projects like this. So we have more than sufficient capacity to address projects like this, including, obviously, we initially thought, let's say, Goalie was going to be high producer. Actually, most of the water goes in their product, so they're not as a high producer as we thought. But mainly it's the hotels we focused at, and that's why we bought expansion in RCRA, because we knew we still had development to occur, and we wanted to make sure we had that capacity to meet that. So as far as water and sewer, we certainly have the capacity to meet the expectations of this project and more. I don't see much more beyond the open lots that we see really stressing our services. In regards to Edison and others, obviously I can't speak for that. We've had all experience with rolling blackouts with Edison, and that's certainly a problem for all of us. But I think for us, comfortably, we can handle the services.
Okay, thank you. It goes on in the EIR to talk about areas of known controversy. And I just want to mention that there was the notice of preparation of the EIR for a 30-day agency and public review period, which started on March 9th of 2020 and ended on April 7th of 2020. I know the Corona Norco Unified School District closed schools on March 13th of 2020. So just the assumption that this window is in the height of the pandemic during that time, and that's when we were taking public comment. And having the EIR open for review is somewhat concerning to me. As you go on, and it talks about public scoping with the project, one of the areas of controversy or concern was the capacity at our K-12 public schools in the city of Norco, and I think in Corona Norco Unified in general, there's actually declining enrollment at our schools. So verifying some of the information would be good. Under scope and content of the EIR, there's actually 19 areas listed in an EIR, and this particular EIR had 14 of the 19 that were found to potentially have impacts And so that was concerning as well. And then again, to what most of the residents have spoke to, and then this is going to be a question for you, Chad. Traffic is obviously a concern, and the mitigation of those is the restriping, the double left turns, projects that are primarily all in progress. So my question to you is, the city has put those plans in place several years ago to deal with the traffic impacts we already have. This was not even on the horizon with the number of years that it's taken to get those things in motion. So how can this project claim that as mitigation for what they're doing when it was in place way before this was even on the table?
Sure. No, it's a very good question. And the city engineer is also here with me to answer any questions you may have. So let me give you a little background, and I can understand folks' skepticism when they hear that there's no negative impact. What you have to realize is in the environmental impact report, where they're doing the traffic study, is they're looking at the level of service. And the way they grade that is from an A to an F, and F as being the worst. And when this project was conceptually created and they were going through the process, the level of service at many of the intersections was already unacceptable, was already an F. So when they look at that environmental impact report, are they contributing and making it worse? Well, the grade can't get any worse. So it's when they're saying that they're not contributing to making it worse, they're not, because it's already at the lowest level. And let's recognize that most of those issues in relation to the traffic concerns that we are mitigating now is related to the school and the college. That's just the biggest factor that we have. There is commuter traffic, but it's most of the time in the morning. It's the college kids coming in, high school kids coming in the afternoon. It's those same folks leaving. And so over the years, we've developed projects that would help mitigate that to the best we can. It's still not going to raise the grade to a B or a C. It's going to be probably in that E range, maybe D range when it's finally done. So in regards to that, there aren't any, and what they talked about mitigations, they reference many that we're already doing. Our intent, similar that would happen to the Cap Rock project on Horse's Carriage, is they would financially contribute to the money that we're spending to do all those projects, and we would negotiate that amount and determine what they should pay for all those improvements that we're doing, so that they would contribute their fair share to that. Because obviously, other than the city, who's funding all this, and Cap Rock, who funded, or that time it was Shea, funded some of that, we've got no other additional contributions from any other agency for the impacts we're dealing with today. So luckily, the funding is there and we're doing those improvements, but that's why I want to make sure when we're talking about it for the public's benefit is that it's not meant to dissuade like there's no impact. There are definitely going to be more people there. It's just not going to change the grade any worse. And that's where that reality is. So that's why I want to be transparent that the issue already existed. We're doing significant improvements that are going to improve things. We have both we have both projects going on 2nd Street and 6th Street to widen and add another dedicated lane that will push folks onto the freeway faster, including we've already done the double left turn lanes on 2nd. We're going to do the same thing at 6th Street. So our goal is to move traffic, and we're trying to do that now, and we do believe all that will have positive benefits. Will it change the overall grade? I don't know. We'll see when that occurs. We also know that the college is looking to add even more people to their operation and how they're looking to do things that, again, will still not be mitigated by the college because they haven't mitigated any of the existing traffic we're dealing with now. So that's where we're at with as far as explaining what may be occurring. Our projects will done, this developer and potentially any others along Hamner, let's be honest, probably will be conditioned going forward to contribute to even past work we've done because those mitigations benefited them. And so we would always look at that going forward with any projects on Hamner to consider that they should contribute because we don't want to make it even worse and not have done anything.
Okay, thank you. I do appreciate the explanation of the grades because I was like, how can this be less than significant? So I certainly appreciate doesn't get any worse than an F. So I understand that argument. So I do have other questions on like the CUP and the variances, but I've taken a bunch of time already, so I will yield.
I just got some questions. So the EIR, first off, I have a problem with 3rd Street, and I know there's some disagreement on it. The problem is we don't own it. The college does. And so we don't actually have the authority to even do a circulation out of that 3rd Street. And I spoke to the head of the Riverside City College District, and he sent you letters to that effect. The other thing they sent you guys letters about was you have a dirty site. You have a dump site that every time they build on the college, they literally have to get permission from the federal government and have to do testing, which, by the way, they haven't adequately done. But that dump site was where the hospital dumped all kinds of wonderful things, and that was also the site of the Navy's primary fusing explosive laboratory. So all through the area where you want to build that, they were actually blowing things up. I see nothing in your EIR that pertains to that. It's also a historic site. Now, I'm not saying it stopped you from building, but it was the largest turkey ranch literally in California, but it was a lot of other things. It was a second house built in 1909. It also is the edge of what was the Navy's airfield. And that was where they actually flew the first intercontinental patients in the entire Navy, literally. That should have been in your EIR, at least addressed in some form or fashion. But I am concerned about plumes. I'm concerned about why you'll talk to somebody at the college and they're concerned about the site of trash that it was. It was literally the dump for the Navy from 1942 until 1957. And then when they decided to clean out the prison, that's also where they began to dump a lot of other things. So I don't know what's there, what's not there. I'm also very concerned they sent you a letter that stated there's the Veterans Center and there's also the STEM Center. One of the things that I've been told is that part of the reason they got rid of the Head Start program in the STEM Center was because the ground was dirty. I don't trust the state. I've been dealing with the state now for a long time on historic issues, on cleanup issues. They don't tell the truth, as does the federal government. So I don't really know what's there, but to see an EIR that has not addressed those things. Now, I get there's differing opinions on 3rd Street. And I'm sure you guys will come up with fancy things, and as our attorney may, that you guys can use 3rd Street. But the reality is, we don't know yet. I talked to the trustee today, and he said, I mean, I'm not sure if we fix the street, but one of the things I'm actually upset about is if we fixed the street and didn't have a signed agreement, I'm real upset about that. But it also means you may not get to use that street. And per that trustee, if I were that college, I wouldn't let you use the street, because the truth is you can do all the numbers till you're blue in the face. We know the city. And one of the problems you guys have, I mean, I took great exception to this letter from this attorney. I've been nothing but nice to you guys. But this is where we live, and we know our community. I know you really like those buildings, but I don't. I don't. And it's, you know, I've lived here my whole life. We totally understand we're being forced to do certain things. We're being forced. That whole overlay, we were forced. So we're trying to make it work. We're doing a lot of things to try to make it work. We know what traffic studies are, and that guy, he can do it book, verse, and text. We know how those work. We're really not stupid. We know the traffic at that corner. But the problem we have is that we don't own the street. So we really can't authorize, we can't say to you, yeah, go ahead and use it, because next thing you know, I mean, maybe the state, maybe you're going to have to end up suing the state. I don't know what's going to happen. But that has to be answered. Also, I want to know if, you know, one of my jobs is I got to make sure people who live in my city are safe. And if could there be a plume there? I don't know, but I know some pretty nasty stuff was dumped there. Remember, that was the tuberculosis lays in the ground for decades. I mean, you're literally a half mile away from the largest tuberculosis hospital in the United States between 1943 and 1949. They removed 6 feet of dirt. That's the stuff that was dumped in that area, and it was dumped all through what was called Gobbler's Knob. Don't ever tell me you haven't done a proper, don't tell me you've done a proper EIR when you haven't even looked at EnviroStar. It's right there. 2 sites. You got 4 sites in proximity of your property. 4. So your disadvantage is we really
Sir?
do our homework. Yes. Yes.
Sorry, this is Charles again.
Yeah, I know who you are.
No, absolutely appropriate and a wonderful statement. We did do a phase 1 environmental site assessment on property. And that assessment, which is actually contained in the EIR in Appendix H, if you were to look at it, it's a pretty thick appendix, and they did a federal and state and local assessment on the record for anything that was an issue. They also did a site assessment, walking on the site personally, and found that there were one, at least adjacent to the site, which is the RCCD site, and then there was 26 facilities listed as well in the database of the report. But just know that due to the status of the listings, the distance, and or the location regarding the hydrology, geology, and the downcrossing gradient, there was no significant impact. And that is a separate entity versus Rincon. So that is a absolute consultant that had no impact on that hazard issue.
So you did all of the necessary studies to determine that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I don't believe you. I'm sorry. I would need to see more evidence. I apologize.
Yeah, look at Appendix 8.
And I'll be happy to walk the property with you and show you the different sites. And I don't mean to be rude, but again, if you're going to put the 1,000, whatever number you guys are going to put in there, I want to make sure the site is clean. One of the other things that concerns me is if we do go with a low to moderate income, one of the things that concerns me is that the city is on the hook to make sure that we ensure that you do that. And so one of the things I want to make sure that we do is that we're assured that for, 35 years, you have to ensure that it'll be low to mod, 35. What tends to happen is as staffs change, there's no longer a way to kind of make sure that happens, and so I want to make sure that we put something in place. Also, Quimby, I'm not sure why they did this. I was a Park and Rec commissioner for 10 years and I never did this. They actually said that whatever the Quimby dedication is, they would do in lieu fees. I personally would insist that every bit of that park land or open space would be inside your complex. I think it's 6.5 acres? So I would want to make sure, because I want to make sure that with that number of people that we have enough park space. So I would want 6.5 acres, and I think we get to choose where it goes. So I would like to put it probably in the center, a nice 6.5 acre block. Views, I'm confused by the views because when I look at the elevations, the buildings, there's a lot of views. I'd have to go look at it, but I think some of the views are not, I think views are more impacted than you guys have suggested, which I know has nothing to do with okaying the project. I am concerned with Shane's comments about the ladder trucks. We don't have a ladder truck in the city of Norco, so maybe one of the things, if we do approve this, you'll buy us a ladder truck. I'm not being funny, because we had a fire at our senior, which wasn't nearly as high as this, at our senior center, and thank God Corona came and saved those people. That's what happened. We don't have a ladder truck. already covered that. I have a whole bunch of things. I guess one of the problems I have is the 3 stories. I don't really like it, but that has no relevance. But then you have like a story and a half in the roofing that goes up. So not only going to raise the ground, but 3 stories, and then you got this really high roof. And what I kind of hope you would consider is that perhaps looking at your design to maybe flatten the roof somehow, or do something so that it's not quite so high. Maybe the 6.5 acres goes between the first row of buildings and the people who live on the south development there, the south homes, if you can do something like that. I have a bunch of other things, but for right now, I think I can feel Greg next to me with 1,000 questions. So go for it, Greg.
I don't have 1,000 questions. But let's start with, we're done talking about the parcel map thing. I understand it, and that still remains my concern, that you can sell that property off and it can be subdivided again. Correct. Thank you. So at the end of the day, this is all going to come down to the conversation about density, and whether that is my earlier question to Alma is, how is this going to work out for density? Is it 50% of the 19 acres at 20 units per acre, which is, according to my calculations, 191 units, or by alternate number 2 in the EIR, which says, I think, 226. And I think that, with me, is going to be the end conversation. But there's been a lot of other comments that I did want to address, and it was on what is the magnitude of your project cost? The overall magnitude of this project.
I'm shooting from the hip here. I'm not on the cost side, but I want to say $80 million.
And they didn't share that with you? What your project would cost?
Well, to be fair, right now it's a concept. It's not even approved yet, and we haven't even designed it.
You'd have a pretty good idea if you want to get financing, I would think. So let's talk about the hotel. What franchise are you approaching for the hotel?
We haven't engaged in meaningful hotel discussions ever since it was clear that that was not a favorable use, and we abandoned in the ER. We revamped the entire site and did the ER alternative. We haven't had any meaningful discussions since then.
Okay, because it was brought up by one of the residents that whatever we do with the hotel, it should be a boutique or a destination hotel, which could be a good idea.
When we were in discussions, it was not a major chain. Those major chains have requirements about how the hotel looks. They want a certain look that's consistent throughout, and so we were looking at boutique hotels that would fit the Norco theme and the architecture.
Okay. And it was also mentioned by the resident about a community garden instead, probably better than rooftops. But like I said, it's all going to come back down to density, but here's some of my apparent concerns that I think you've heard loud and clear from a lot of the folks, that 3-story buildings aren't cutting it. 2-story. And I guess we'll start with the residents on Paddock Lane. And there's basically, on your map, there's 7 properties. And whether at the end of the day it means anything or not, but just talking on elevations, that they carry an elevation of 604 at their backyard, okay? You're going to raise the pad 2 to 3 feet, and then you're going to put a 46-foot tall building on top of that. And if you go pull up your little line of sight drawing, that when you take that 46-foot tall building plus the 4-foot elevation, for the grade, you can tell and try to promise everybody that in 5 years, these trees, you're not going to see anything. It's BS. Okay? That wall is going to be 3 times the height of this wall, standing on the ground. So, I don't know if you can put that line of sight drawing back up, but it doesn't fly. And that's, I think, the biggest problem I'm having with the height. If you go out here to Hamner Avenue, and this is where I think this is somewhat deceiving on your plan, that you have an elevation out grade of, on Hamner Avenue, 603. Your rec building has a finished floor elevation of 618, so you're raising 15 feet visually looking at your rec building, and you're putting up a 50-foot building on top of that. At change of elevation from Hamner Avenue to the top of your rec building, 64 feet. And you show the pretty concept drawing, but the reality is it's blocking views. And I think that ties back to the EIR as far as view sheds. The folks on Paddock Lane, their view shed is completely gone. Any roadway that is relevant, I believe, with the EIR from Hamner Avenue, that's certainly taken out by your rec building. And then you get to 3rd Street where you're like 624, your pad is 630, so that's 6 feet, and you're putting another 46-foot tall building on top of that. So right on the edge of 3rd Street, there's going to be a 53-foot grade elevation to the top of that building. There's no sight now to the south, so you've blocked all the view sheds from all the surrounding properties.
I think your comments echo perfectly a lot of what we heard from the public about the 3 stories and the density, and you're hitting it on the head. They're absolutely intertwined. There is no such thing as a product type at 2 stories that meets the minimum for this site.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, that's
what's the minimum?
Well, the minimum is 20 dwelling units to the acre.
Right.
Even if you had a site, which is not this one, a site that was perfectly square, had access on all 4 sides, in other words, extremely highly developable, flat, generally flat to begin with, not the...
You can make this flat.
Well,
you can follow this
That
grade.
is how we get to the grades you're talking about.
No, this is how you get to, you have no export on this project to save money, okay? You're balancing your site.
Correct.
Because you don't want to haul the dirt off.
Correct.
Carry on.
Regardless of topo, access, everything, under perfect conditions, and you pack it on as tight as you can get it. Of course, you still have to have amenities. No, under no scenario can you get a density of greater than 16 and change. You can't even hit 17 with 2-story product. It's just a reality of the density that this site is zoned for. We build 2-story product. There's nothing about 3-story product that we love. It's just that's not what this site's zoned for.
No, and that's what I'm trying to find out. This zone, the way I'm looking at it, is for 20 units as a minimum.
Which is 3-story product, period.
See, I don't see that. Is it 226 units as per the EIR as that alternate? Or is it 191 with the 50% coverage that corresponds with the zone?
The alternative was we planned it at 400 units.
Charles, he's referring to alternative.
And it was still less than significant.
Page 241, alternate number 2. It says reduce the units from 320 to 226.
Charles, it's in the alternatives that were identified in the EIR. You have the the first alternative being no project.
Speak up, Alma. I'm sorry.
Can you hear
One more
me?
time.
Yeah, he's Councilmember Newton is referring to alternatives in the EIR where you have to do the one with the alternative with no project alternative, and then you did the alternative with reduced density at 20 dwelling units per acre on half the site, where it's mentioned at 226.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, so alternative 1 is no project,
Correct.
and then alt 2 is the reduced density alternative, right?
Yes, that's what he's referring to. And if I understand...
And the alternative 2 is 226 units, but it doesn't hit the objectives of what we discussed as in the planning process for the project. So it did meet it.
What do you mean by what objective that you discussed?
Objectives are what go into an EIR.
I know what an objective
Project
is.
Description.
What are the objectives that you discussed?
Yeah, there were 8 objectives, and then you have to meet those objectives. An alternative is basically for a significant and unavoidable, and the key word is unavoidable impact of a project impact. And in this case, we didn't have one, right? So everything was mitigated to less than significant, and I think everyone's kind of said that a couple times. But we still went forward with an EIR, and we did alternatives, which is a part of an EIR, and objectives is a part of an EIR, which is a project description objective that you need to do, a part of CEQA. And then if you don't do that, then that's not a good thing. But nonetheless, every alternative has to fit the objectives that you put into your alternatives, objectives. So if it doesn't fit into that, then it doesn't meet the quota as far as the project, what's required.
So we'll follow the O.J. Simpson path if it doesn't fit. So.
No, that's not funny.
So before I apologize. It's late and I'm tired, and then I get cranky.
Part
so.
of the process. So.
My point with the grading is, with all these different heights, that you're taking away view sheds and vistas. The folks on Paddock Lane, they're never going to see the mountains again. Anybody going down Hamner on a roadway, which is addressed in the EIR, you're not going to look to the bluffs, you're not going to see Chino Hills, etc. So that's a concern. Now, just some little ticky-tack points that I would think in the long run would impact public health and mental health, that the residents on Paddock Lane and whoever else around are going to have to put up with this project for almost 4 years. 42 months is your length of construction in your EIR. And I think that with the noise, the air quality, you can tell me all day long you're going to mitigate that, but you're not going to live next door to it for 4 years. And at the end of 4 years, when these 7 apartment buildings are built right next to your backyard, almost to your property line, every one of those has 20 air conditioning units on the roof, according to your plan. So, nice animal keeping property, nice quiet summer night, you'll be able to listen, Shane, to 140 condensing units running all night long, okay? Now, tell me that's not going to upset you and maybe affect your mental health. And that's kind of the direction I'm going with that. I'd like to know more about the hotel. I know it's late, but I'd like to talk more about the commercial element. We still have that to discuss. And the food court. One thing I will tell you with the hotel, your application for the variance is I can't make any finding for the variance on the hotel. It doesn't seem to. No, if I could find, you have that app page, Alma, so I could turn to it real quick.
In the staff report?
Yeah.
Okay, that's page.
And I'm just trying to just finish up my list here.
141 and 141 in the staff report.
No, I think 173.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, got it.
So the variance on the height for the hotel is typically special circumstances that explain what rights and privileges enjoyed by other properties in the same zone and neighborhood would be denied your property by enforcement of the zoning codes. And all you do is reference architectural enhancements. I can't see the nexus there. So I'll let attorneys discuss that on that finding.
Is the environmental fellow still there? Are you still there?
I'm still here. Yes.
Okay, so
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the Norco Valley Square Project Environmental Impact Report. And it says, was really trying to find what you said, but it says, page 312 of 400, halfway down, the project site and adjacent properties are not listed on any state or federal list for hazardous materials or contaminated sites. However, right next to it, per Envirostar, incinerator, medical incinerator, other research weapons, potential contaminants of concern, explosives, munitions debris. So I'm trying to find where you said that there was nothing, and I really didn't mean to be rude before, but I knew I'd read that you said there was nothing adjacent.
No, yeah, I think that's amazing. Yeah, no, great. Great.
What do you
point.
mean that's amazing?
And it was in factual.
No. Before you continue, tell me the page where you said that there was in-depth studies. I can't find it. What page? You went on and on about all this stuff you've done.
Yeah,
I know that property like the back of my hand, and you don't. You better have a page number.
Actually, page 2 of the executive summary, or it's in the page draft EIR 4.8-11. But we also did a retraction in the final EIR, which went out to the public. And we also gave you another draft, which was on May 12th, 2021, it was after Planning Commission, to kind of sum it up as well. But
So where is it in my package?
Appendix H has everything that has to do with the hazard issues with the site, and there is no issues.
So it contradicts the project site and adjacent properties are not listed on any state or federal list for hazardous materials.
There are 26 that were listed, absolutely, and there was one adjacent to the site, which was for RCCD, and that everything that was from a separate entity firm confirmed that it was a non-issue and absolutely.
So do I just not have this, Alma? Was I not given the?
Mr. Mayor, the staff report referenced the EIR and the final EIR in links that could have been that were available to be able to download it. They're huge documents.
Okay.
So they're huge documents, and they were referenced online. And just for reference purposes, Charles, the document that the mayor was looking at was the findings of fact, page 11. That's the document that he was reading off.
May 11th. Yeah, that might have been an older one, but nonetheless, yeah. And there is a memorandum that is May 12th, 2021, that we have that we sent to Planning Department, and nonetheless, Appendix H will fully show what the hazardous issues are consumed on the site, which is null. It's a non-issue. So.
Okay. So it's. Go ahead, Greg. Greg had two more questions.
One was just kind of a follow-up on just kind of the magnitude on this EIR, and there's probably 100 reasons where you can say things are not significant, but the reality of life in some cases. And Robin had brought it up about water, and Chad gave a reply. And if you read on the impact, this project is only going to use 173 acre-feet of water per year. Not a big deal. You know, we can supply it. Metropolitan Water, I believe yesterday or today, 15% voluntary reduction. You know, just water. But that little 173 acre-feet that this project's going to use every year equates to almost 56 million gallons of water a year. A different perspective. If it was lotto dollars, it'd be significant. So my last question, and for now, is on the traffic study, and that was, did the traffic study consider the Norco College projects that are going on and that will be going on?
Go ahead.
Go ahead and answer.
Yeah, the consultant's here also.
Your study.
Oh, we've been talking about you all night.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Charlene Selm with Urban Crossroads, and we prepared the traffic study for the Norco Valley Square project. To answer your question, there was a similar comment that we received, and we responded to that in that when we were going through the scoping process with the city, those projects were not known projects that were provided to us to be included. And so what we did was we went back and checked, and what we verified was that the growth between existing conditions and the future conditions, so the 2040 horizon year conditions volumes, accounts for those projects. So the amount of background growth and additional traffic that we assumed going through those intersections would account for any traffic that would be generated by those projects for the Norco College. So they are you could, even though they're not identified on our list or map, you could presume that they are included in our analysis. Well, I mean, I verified with the numbers to ensure that the traffic that is associated with the type of growth that's envisioned for the college, plus the resource center, and by the way, the resource center is 5 a.m. trips and 5 p.m. trips, so it was very nominal. And so what we determined was all the background growth, that the reasons why we include the 2% per year and the background ambient growth is to capture things like this where you're missing small projects and you're making sure that you're being conservative with your traffic estimates.
Just a question on apartments. Forgive me. I know, Chad, when we had the forced drought, we were kind of put into this big pool as a city, and we as a city would get dinged if we didn't lower everything. How does that work at an apartment? Just out of curiosity, what if they don't lower? What?
So if this or any apartment, we'd probably bill each individual unit would have a meter. So each individual unit has to have a meter, and they'll have their own separate bill, which again, every single unit would have a budget. And if they didn't meet that budget, way our system works in our conservation ordinance, if we implement it, basically you're charged a higher rate for failing to conserve. And that whether it's apartments or homes, it's the same model. If you go over your budget, you would be charged a higher fee as a penalty.
But I mean, as a community, because we didn't meet it, we were all kind of getting dinged.
Well, keep in mind, with that process, we weren't ever getting dinged. We had a goal. We tried to
We had
meet,
the threat of being dinged.
We through our outreach and information provided to the public, certainly everyone knew we were dealing with the drought. We reduced. We never met our target. Our target was 30%. We never really got more than 20. And again, at any time, the state, in theory, could have come after us because we didn't meet our target. They never did. And what they would have wanted us to do in order to demonstrate we were doing that is we would have to implement our actual reduction requirements that you are penalized, which we never implemented. And we got through that. Fortunately, we got through that time period. But now, as people know, we're approaching that again, and that's a lot of the talk of what we'll need to do. But there is a mechanism to fairly implement that to everybody in the city if required.
Ted, anything?
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to piggyback off what Greg was saying. Again, this was right from water supply alert, calls for 15% reduction, just like you talked about. This was in today's press enterprise. Interesting that we talk about an acre foot, and Chad, tell me if I'm wrong, an acre foot is about enough to take care of 9 people a year. That's how much an acre foot is per year. So when you multiply that by the number of residents that may be in this apartment, that's a lot of water additional to it. Not saying they're all going to use it, but that's what they estimate from. So when we talk about resources and our water supplies are not infinite, okay? They're seasonal. And right now, we're in a drought, and who knows how long it's going to come back. I'm not stopping progress or building because of that one factor. I just want people to understand we just have to be cognizant of it. That earlier, and this goes back to the environmental impact report. Southern California Edison, God bless them. Yes, no significant impact, we can handle it. Except most people don't know there's this thing that's called resource adequacy in our state. And I'm very familiar with it. Our city manager is very familiar. We've been slammed because we were on our former CCA. The resource adequacy in this state is in trouble. It's relied heavily on renewable energies, non-carbon producing energy. And I'm bringing this out not to pick on your project, but to explain to the average person, or Robin, what's going on. You're hopefully going to have solar on these projects because you're mandated to have solar on these projects, which is a good thing. Okay, good thing. But overall, the resource adequacy in the state, especially since they've cut down the natural gas plants in the state, the fact that we're in a drought, they've shut down the hydroelectric power, it's been reduced until it comes back up. These are short term, I know that. But the CPUC just asked for a 3.3 gigawatt resources for 2023 to meet short-term reliability needs. We have an energy issue. So when Edison says, oh, there's no significant, we got you. We're going to have rolling brownouts, blackouts, and everything else. It's going to happen. It's going to continue to happen. That's because our state is totally into this green thing and shutting down plants. carbon burning plants. We said it before, and this is what hurt us last year and the big August heat wave that came through. So we're supposed to be talking about the effects of this thing on public health. I don't know if our EIR guy and your has ever read California's climate change assessment. This was the report done in 2018. This is for the Los Angeles region, which we're part of. Western San Bernardino and Riverside County are part of. What they do is they expect the impact of public health, energy and transportation, land use, community development, environmental justice, vegetation, flora and ocean and coast and agriculture, waters across the region. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about climate change. So let's deal with public health. According to this report, elements of the built environment contribute to heat-related health impacts, especially high concentrations of impervious surfaces such as pavements and roofs, and minimal tree canopy and green space create urban heat islands in heavily urbanized areas. Urban heat islands in non-tropical regions experience temperatures of up to 5.4 Fahrenheit hotter than surrounding rural areas. In other words, the denser you make these projects, the hotter they will get. That's just it's what it is. You see it. No matter how many little green spots and places you put in there, you put that many rooftops, like you're saying, in an area, it's generating higher heat. Higher heat, higher electricity demand on those AC units, and along with the health of the residents there. So when you talk about putting so many, the higher densities, this isn't me. This, you more than willing, you guys look up this report yourself. I did. Right out here. This comes from the state of California. So, all right, that's
sir,
your recommendation.
What date was that?
2018.
Yeah.
Climate
so
change assessment.
They did a significant change in 2019 in the CEQA document, and they call it sections that need to be attended to. And then we absolutely looked at what you're talking about right now in the EIR.
Okay, and did they come up with any changes that the density is still causes problems?
There was no impact. They were nil, null and void, no impacts. Less than significant, yeah, no impacts.
I love you guys. Less significant impact. God, what a great term. Anyway, one of the things that
yeah.
And Alman, I need some correction on this. Your project here, and on your 19.1 acres, on your 395, you compute this as at 20.7 units per acre.
Mm-hmm.
But in our city staff report, and I want to say consistency, I'm not saying somebody's wrong, somebody's changed, but you have 27, right, Alma?
Excuse me.
I'm seeing 27.56 units for the 395.
Yeah,
on page 131.
On 131, yes, that's my staff report for the 320 units on 11.3 acres, and then for the 395, it's on 14.33 acres. That's my staff report, and I think.
Okay, well, and the reason I'm saying I want to talk apples and apples, okay, but what you guys presented to us shows 20.7. So why's the discrepancy? Why do we have a discrepancy? Who's figuring out this acreage here? Are you guys using the same formulas to figure out your densities?
It's the acreage. What's in the staff report is only counting the acreage that the actual residential sits on. It's acting as though it's not a mixed-use project. It's not taking into account that the whole site's 19 acres, a mixed-use project. The math is the same, but it's divided by 11.
Well, I understand that. You're talking about the whole acreage.
That is correct. He's talking about the whole acreage.
The whole acreage, but not the acreage where the residences are going to be on. You're talking about where the residents are going to be.
That is correct. That is correct.
So when I do a density look at this thing, whose numbers am I going to use? Am I going to use yours or use his? I mean,
no, I understand. I understand.
So whose is it? Do we have to have a sit in the court or a judge that tells whose density we're going to use?
Well, let me see if I can answer that, and I might need John's assistance on this. But based on the requirements of the HDO zone, a minimum of 50% has to be developed with the 20 to 30 dwelling units per acre. So if we're going for approximately half of the site, that's where you base the density on. Am I correct, John? So it would be, if they're developing approximately 11 acres with residential, that calculates to, what did I say, 27.7 units to the acre. If we're doing more than, or the 395, that goes into 14.33 acres. That's approximately 27.56 units to the acre. So it sounds like the numbers that the applicant has on their presentation is taking the entire site into consideration.
Yeah, and I think the overlay zone addresses the 20 to 30 an acre, refers not to the commercial part of the mixed use, but rather the residential part, because it doesn't make any logical sense otherwise.
Okay, so are we using your interpretation or are we using theirs?
Ultimately, you're using yours.
Well, I'm just.
But I would agree with Alma's method of calculation.
Okay, well, I want to be consistent. I want to be so that we're looking at this in this through the same window. In the right words. And I've already had this discussion with Alma, and Greg brought it up with the height. And I'm looking here, the Norco Auto specific plan, when this thing first started, which is this property still in. They talk about the Area A, which you're under, and that which was a CG zone before, which still is a CG zone with that. And it talks about building heights. And basically, the development standard says nothing over 35 feet. And that's what it states. And your buildings are over 35 feet. And then I look at the only other references to in our city codes that have anything to do with it on multifamily residential, which is not in this zone, but references everything on our codes, nothing over 35 feet. So, again, yes, the HDO doesn't have it, but there should be some consistency in what we're doing. These buildings are over 35 feet, a lot of them. Some of them are 42, 49, not talking about the centers. So we got 39 to 46 and a half feet, 3 stories. But our code says most of it, nothing over 35 feet without some kind of CUP. Again, we got to stay consistent. What do we do? So. We're in.
Yeah, absolutely. Come aboard, sir.
I know it's late.
No, you're
Everyone's
fine.
tired. I may sound incoherent, but I'll try not to.
Oh, wait.
Gotten in the weeds tonight, to say the least. I guess I'm wondering now why we even prepare environmental documents. You know, we prepared an EIR. We engaged the consultant that the city had on its approved list. We spent a lot of money. I know Andrew wasn't able to tell you what the projected project cost is, but I can tell you we spent $800,000 in trying to entitle the project. And a few hundred of that was revising the project to meet the requirements communicated to us by city staff of the city and of the residents. So we've been at this 2 years, and I believe that you've all been exposed to the project. So now 2 years later, we're standing here saying the project's too tall, the project's too dense, I think that's really what's going on here. You don't like the project because it's too dense. It's not Norco. And I guess my concern is this is probably the least popular part of my job to me. I've been talking to the owner of the company a lot about this and his expectations. You know, he owns this property. He doesn't just have it under contract, and if this doesn't work out, well, he walks away from his $800,000 and goes to the next city. He owns it. So he's going to do something with it, and if you take his options away by denying the project, he's going to be back, and he has no choice. This is his business. Now, my belief is that under the Housing Accountability Act, you can't make the findings based on anything I've heard tonight that would allow you to deny this project. And furthermore, your own staff report says that the site approval, which is the only approval required for the residential component, and which I told you earlier today, we're prepared to move forward with just the residential component. Your own staff report says that that's a non-discretionary permit. So I'm not going to stand here and profess to tell you how to do your business, and you certainly will do what you feel is right in your heart to do. But I think if the action tonight is to deny this project, it's going to be a very, very bad decision. So thank you very much.
Just so you know,
I have a question.
we actually told you guys from the beginning the buildings were too tall, they were too dense. You fully understood the position. And I mean, I was right there. I stood right there and told you all. That was my feeling. Berwin Hanna said the same thing. What we're talking about here is this is being imposed upon us in some ways. We're trying to make it work, and I totally understand where you're coming from. I totally get what this letter means. We all understand it. And you also understand the difficulty of what it is we're trying to do. But don't say we were not clear to you from the beginning. That's why you have repeatedly said, you want to throw these things in our face? You said, you opened tonight, you said you knew how difficult this was for us.
Well,
You said that.
I did say it, and I meant it.
So, and you know what? So don't be throwing our stuff back at us, because this is difficult for us. This is difficult for our residents.
I wasn't there. I didn't hear what you said, so I'm not going to respond to that. But
Well,
I,
then go ahead and sit down, sir.
I am going to sit down.
I have a
but
question for you.
Yes.
That with the mayor, when we had meetings with Frontier twice, okay, these are our concerns about height, density. I don't know how many times I heard, well, doesn't pencil out for us. That was your typical reply to every time we made suggestions about density. I still don't feel that I've been given a clear answer. Are you willing to work and say the 226 units with what's in your EIR?
The answer respectfully is no, because it doesn't meet your zoning requirements, so it would be futile to do it. And secondly, it really doesn't make sense.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out. If we do it like how Ted and Alma were trying to figure out, it meets that zone at the 50% at the 20 units. The EIR says that alternative is 226 units. What am I missing here?
Well, it's a 20-acre parcel. The 50% requirement is a minimum.
Right, which would be?
Which would
9
be
acres.
roughly 10 acres, half.
9.1.
But we're not interested in just doing half. We're interested in a larger project. We came here really with the intent to do.
So if we're meeting the code, right, but you're saying you're not willing to compromise to meet the code, you're basically saying it's going to be the mega project.
No.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're going to try to maximize it to 300 and some units.
The mega project would be 570 units, and we've never proposed that. We proposed a project that had two alternates, 320 or 395, depending on what the non-residential elements were, hotel, outdoor food garden, etc. That's what we proposed. I'm quite sure that we would have never pursued this if we believed that 200 units was what this would max out at. So I have to be honest with you.
And you're saying that Frontier Homes owns this property?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just want to make sure. My nameplate there?
Yeah.
You're going to threaten to sue. I want to make sure you got my name spelled correctly, okay?
I didn't threaten anything tonight. Well, you're reading too far.
I'm going to make a motion that we continue this to the next meeting. We're very tired. I think we need to continue this. I apologize to you guys. I think we need to move this. Can we do that, John?
Well, you certainly continue it.
What's your suggestion?
No, as I pointed out to you, yeah, I mean, you can do that, and if you don't mind Colin sitting here instead of me, I will not be at the next meeting.
Right, I do. Then we'll continue it to whenever you're going to be here. I have a. How many apartments are attached to the hotel?
You mean how many?
How many with that? Because it's two
residential
projects.
Residential units in addition to the hotel?
Yeah.
There were 320.
Mm-hmm. 320.
I make a motion to continue this to
Need to continue to a date certain.
to a date certain. And what date do we have in mind?
You want to do it to a special meeting? I mean,
Does a special meeting work for you guys? Tim, you have something to say? I think we're all getting a little bit testy.
We are, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but during this period of continuance, what are we going to do?
we might chat.
Are we going to talk?
We can certainly talk.
Yeah, of course.
That's what lawyers do best.
Well, and I'm going to read Appendix H.
Yeah, and to be honest, put yourself in my position. I read one thing. It appears I didn't get some things, so I'm like sort of going. He's telling me one thing, but I'm not reading that. So those are some of the things that I need to find out. I'd like to find out who owns 3rd Street.
Yeah, I was going to say one of the things that you might try and address is the ownership of 3rd Street. It is the city's position that we own it. However, it is the school district's position that we do not. And that's a real problem if you can't get access.
I think we would agree on that. There's streets all over the state of California that are on land owned by other people, but they've been dedicated to public use because they've been used publicly for so long. So I think
the problem we have, though, is that the way they got around.
I believe we win, but that doesn't solve the problem in the short term.
The problem is that the problem I have is that they put a sign that was not in compliance, and at that point, and that was within the last 2 years, where they said they owned it, and we allowed them to put the sign up because they said they owned it. So obviously that shouldn't have happened.
May I confer with the client for 30
seconds? Yeah, absolutely. How do you know? You sure?
So thank you very much for your attention tonight. It's been a long night, and I look forward over the next 4 weeks to having some significant conversations.
Well, actually, it may, what we're talking about, I mean, I appreciate, and council, I guess I can speak for you in this regard, appreciates that you want to move this as quickly as you can. I mean,
we need to.
And so what we're talking about is a special meeting to finish this off sooner. I just, unfortunately, I'm gone until Labor Day.
Sooner is better. Yeah. Sooner is better, and we'll make ourselves
absolutely
available.
Let me Alma, you have a planning commission meeting September 8th.
Yeah.
Do you have anything on the agenda, big?
Yes, we do.
No 8, okay.
What's the date?
No. Pick a date. Pick a date. You pick a date.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're talking about the 15th, I guess, anyway, so.
15th would be our regular council meeting.
Yeah, and, yeah, I mean, the point, I guess, is that, well,
I was
sooner
hoping
is
we could do
better.
that sooner for them.
It's not gonna be that much sooner, no matter what.
It's not really fair to them. So, do we have a date?
For me, anything is after the 6th is fine.
7th?
All right.
Tuesday. Come on, Newton.
7th?
I have a banana.
Tuesday.
Labor Day is Monday.
And what time? Evening?
And what?
Does the 7th work for you, evening?
I mean, this isn't a legal opinion, but given the fact that there's obviously a lot of citizen interest, it would seem that you're better off doing the evening rather than during the day.
Yeah, that's what I think.
As long as we get it done.
Let's get this
7th on the 7th.
7th at 7?
You got to make that motion.
I make a motion that we meet date specific September 7th, 2021 at 7 p.m. in council chambers.
Second.
Please vote.
Wait for it to call.
7th at 7. So that's either lucky or unlucky.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much tonight for your time.
Yeah. Finish.
So we are about to adjourn. I want to take a moment. I don't know if any of you knew Catherine Bish, but she passed away, I believe, Sunday. I'd like to have a moment of silence. Meeting is adjourned.